Can you hear me? Hold on, hold on. Let me know if you hear me. I must have pressed a button or some shit. Hold on. Let me know if you hear me. I don't know what happened. I think I might. Oh, I might have been on mute. I'm tripping. I think I had it on mute all this time. Um, I think I'm on now. Let me know if you hear me. All right, we're all right. The technical difficulties. Apparently, I don't know how to press buttons. Hello to everyone on the chat. Was I on mute the whole time? All that talking. Anyway, we are starting off with Dalton Castle and the Outrunners are going against local talent. I was saying that I believe all the matches that are on this show were the matches that they had filmed after Collision on Saturday. So I think I basically saw all of these matches already. But whatever, we'll watch it together. We'll watch it together. Let's see who we got in the chat. We have Zach in the house said World Kindness Day and National Gratitude Month. Oh, well, I like to think that I'm kind most of the time. And gratitude. I am grateful for y'all tuning in with me. Whatever it's today or yesterday or whenever I'm live, I do appreciate that. We got local talent in the ring. I didn't catch everybody's names, but I see Chocolate Mins, and everybody's in great shape. So I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. We've only seen, damn, I think maybe like two matches of the Outrunners in Dalton Castle. Yeah, only two matches with them so far. They kind of got together a few months ago, but I don't think we've seen enough of them yet. Personally, I don't want to see any like squash situation because I want to see how they are as a team. Y'all know I cannot stand squash matches. Robert Brown, hello, hun. How are you? How are you? Now I'm just gonna say this because like when I went on Saturday, I kept putting comments on Jay Millie's live like, "Hey, do y'all see me? Like, what? Why y'all not seeing me?" The thing about it is when you're there, it looks like people could possibly see you, but then when you watch a show on TV, it's darker than what it actually looks like when you are there. So my black ass kind of blended in the darkness, and then I got black on, and it was hard to see me when I went back to watch Collision. I was like, nobody can even see me. Lord have mercy. I did see myself though at the end, like in the main event, when Moxley I think he threw Roderick onto the corner after they had the little spot on the steel steps, and then that's when I was able to see me because he literally threw him over to where I was at, like that corner right there. So I did see myself a little bit. It was dark, but a little TV time never hurt. A little TV time. Hello, hello, hello. I see some of y'all coming in. Robert said, today, he said, reminds me, Tati, sorry I missed last night live. I overslept. Bro, don't worry about it. We need our beauty rest. I hope you watched Blood and Guts, though, because it was a really good show last night. It was really good. They did go overtime, but I thought overall it was a really good show. And the ladies, they killed it. They absolutely killed the show last night. I did see a lot of people say that they prefer the women's over the men, and I think it's not just because it did a great job. I think it's because we got a chance to see something we haven't seen before with the ladies, and we've been seeing back and forth with conglomeration and what was the other group again? Death Riders. So people want to see something different. All right, we got Dalton Castle coming into the ring. Look, whenever Dalton Castle come out there, everybody be making so much noise for this guy. He is absolutely amazing, and he should be on TV a hell of a lot more. Hell of a lot more. January Sport is here. Hello, hun. How are you? We got Devon Deadly in the house. Hello, how are you? Robert said, I'm good. How about you, Tati? I'm all right. I had a headache earlier. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this today. But I took my little vitamins, said my prayers, and had dinner, and I'm here. I'm here. I like how their gear is inspired by like cigarettes. So this is like the damn, what's the name of that brand again? A Marlboro brand. Last time they did Newports. You son of a bitch. I love when they do that. I love when they do that. It's so entertaining. It's so entertaining. And you know what? We've been seeing things pick up a bit with the AW tag division. And it would be nice to see the Outrunners in that as well. But it looked like they're trying to do a trios thing with Dalton Castle. Now, I will say, if I had to do a trios with Dalton, I personally would have went with MXM, not including Johnny. Not including Johnny, no. Robert said the women's blood and guts match was better than the men's blood and guts. I did prefer it too, because I felt like overall it was something different, and we finally got a chance to see the girls just in a different element, and it was so refreshing to see Marina actually participating. That is something that we have really not seen this entire time, where Marina hasn't gotten a chance to really interact with the girls. I know she had a little back and forth with Willow for a little bit, but other than that she hasn't gotten a chance to do anything. So it was really refreshing to see her in that match last night. It really was. Sky Blue killed it. Absolutely killed it. Oh, and Kyle O'Reilly did amazing too. Now I know he had our boy Moxley tap, which I didn't like, but he did amazing. Kyle O'Reilly is very talented, and I don't think he gets enough credit. You know, he should be holding a singles title, I think, or at least tag titles with Roderick, which would be cool. Do you think Robin Renegade got potential? Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I would have loved. Well, look. I don't know how Charlotte is doing because honestly, I haven't heard anything about Charlotte since she's been injured, and I think that was like over a year ago. It would have been cool to see them in the women's tag tournament because I think, well, obviously they're sisters and they've had the most experience with each other. So it would have been cool to have a really experienced tag team in that tournament. But I don't know if Charlotte is still injured. Either way, Robin is absolutely phenomenal. And I know that she has hinted, well, not hinted, but like she's put out there in the universe, I guess you can say, that she would love to like be like a Hechisato. Oh my god, Hechisato! I'm so in love with this guy. Oh my god, I love him. Rocky Romero, I love Rocky as well. We got tag team action, Rocky Romero and Hechisato coming out right now to go against Angelico and Serpentico. I love Don Callis family. Anyway, Robin Renegade, she has a lot of potential, I guess, to do it on her own as well. But I would have loved for people to experience more, like how she is with her sister in the ring. They're an amazing tag team. So I hope Charlotte is doing all right if she's still injured. I'm not sure. Hechi Sato is amazing. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Robert said I watched the women's blood and guts match and clips of most part. I was amazed with some of the stuff I saw. Yeah, it was really great. It was really great. I don't know if you saw Hangman and Powerhouse Hobbs as well. That was a great match. I'm glad that Hobbs is getting the opportunity to be in a ring with a champion like Hangman. And also, I don't know if you remember earlier this year, Hobbs got an opportunity to go against John Moxley when John Moxley was holding the title as well. So he has so much potential, and with him with the trios title, I wish we were able to see more of the trios champions, like in feuds with actual trios, which I feel like there aren't many in the company now that I think of it. But you know, the potential is there. So now we got Hangman going against Shibata on Saturday. On Saturday. All right, bell has rung. Music to my ears. You got Hijisato and Helico in the ring. Oh, and at the show, everybody was making so much noise for Hechiseto. Like, who doesn't love Hechiseto? He is absolutely amazing. Like, despite him being part of Don Callis family and y'all hating their guts, they are absolutely a phenomenal group. They got phenomenal wrestlers there. But if you guys hate them, they're doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs. We got cutie referee Brandon in the ring as the official. Does it get better than this? Oh, Robert said the men blood and guts match should have opened the show, not the women. I figured that that wouldn't have happened. I was surprised that a blood and guts match opened the show. I thought they were going to do Hangman and Hobbs first because obviously they weren't going to get the ring messy and all that shit. So what they end up doing was start with the women's, and they have that cleanup crew just had the rings immaculate by the time that Hangman and Hobbs came on out there. So they did an amazing job with cleaning up. They had a bit of time to do it. The only thing I didn't care for was the whole thing with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, FTR, whatever. I felt like it dragged on. And I think people were just more anticipating what was going to happen with the men's blood and guts. I think we got enough with them from the last show where when FTR was antagonizing Bandito's grandma and everything. Like, we had a good spot with them the other day, so I didn't feel like they needed this. No, they didn't need it. Hechiceto's so technical in the ring. Like, he works well with anybody. I have never seen a bad match with him. Never. And he just had this aura about him. Like, I mean, I'm blown away, blown away. I'm still mad because I didn't get a chance to meet him at all in weekend. He was signing autographs on Saturday. Was it Saturday? What there was? Yeah, Saturday morning. But I went to the AW VIP event, so I didn't get a chance to see him, even though I did pay to go for the whole weekend to see other wrestlers. So I was a little upset about that. But I'll get my opportunity. I'll get my opportunity one day. I love the women's blood and guts match. It was the best part of the show. They did amazing. Athena is amazing. Oh yes, Athena is amazing. Athena does have a promotion out here in Texas. I went there like 2 weeks ago. I think I went, and they did an all women show. So they do have weekly shows, but the all women show was a great opportunity. It's the second time that they did it. It's called Who Runs the World, and it was amazing. So they're gonna have a third show for the girls in January. They didn't release a date yet. I'm pretty sure I'll go to that too. It was really great. All right, Serpentico is here working with Rocky. Rocky is amazing. I don't feel like he don't get enough credit for all the work that he be putting in. I like how like he's that guy in the middle of like New Japan, AEW, CMLL. He wears like many hats in between all these promotions that we see when they work together, and I love that. I love that. When I met Rocky, I was like spilling my heart out about how much I love pro wrestling, and I was like, "Girl, he probably gonna think you crazy," but he didn't think I was crazy. He was like, "Yes, I love the passion, I love the energy," and I was like, "Yes, that's what y'all need. Y'all need somebody like me who is full of passion for pro wrestling." All right, so Pentacle getting thrown out the ring. I'm looking out to see if maybe I see myself in the crowd. So far, not yet, not yet. We got Tyler in the house. Hello, Tyler. How are you? Red Velvet, BFAB, Mara Sade are killing it right now. They low key the future. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Red Velvet, she just now coming back from injury. She's been injured for a few months. She does have the Ring of Honor women's TV title. Right now, Mercedes has the interim title. She got that from Mina over in the last pay per view, Wrestle Dream. So obviously, it looks like there's going to be a feud between them. They both has had some words with each other, like on social media. And Red did cut a promo on Mercedes, so I'm waiting to see where that goes. Like, I want to see a feud with these two women. I don't want to just see like, oh, a little promo and then they have a match next week or some shit like that. Like, I want to see something big come out of it. And that's what Mercedes is here for. She has the experience. She has the notoriety right now, especially with all these titles. And if she were to get into a big feud with Red Velvet, that would be freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. And black women are killing it in pro wrestling right now. Absolutely killing it right now. Robert said I put Athena in the Blood and Guts match and Marina Shafir spot. Marina got a lot to worry. No, I don't agree with that. Marina killed it last night. She killed it. She needed that because she hasn't been interacting with the girls, and since she's now in a tag team with our girl, the Megasis, we needed her to have that TV time. She did really well. All right, Rocky Ramiro, I see you. He doing a little shimmy and everything. He is so cute. He's so cute. I remember they were talking about last night. Don Callis family attacked Mark Briscoe. I think they were signaling out that it was Mark Davis by himself. I think. So if you guys don't realize, like on social media, even after the show is over, they're still filming promos and things like that backstage. And I saw something earlier today where the conglomeration was talking about their win, and Mark Briscoe did a promo, and he said that after he got attacked, he got a chance to see Mark Davis walking out the room. So I'm guessing he's saying that it was him, which is why they're having their match on, I think, Saturday. Mark Davis and Mark Briscoe. Battle of the Marks, if that makes sense. All right, all right. So Pentacle trying to go for a little tag. Rocky has tagged in. Hechisato, our boys are in. All right, a little clothesline. I don't know about a big one. A little clothesline from Angelico. I like that we get a chance to see Don Callis family also on Ring of Honor as well. Um, that definitely helps them because there's so many people in that group. And then last night they talking about the Young Bucks coming over, and I'm like, no, baby, we're full. We're full with the Don Callis family. Imagine if Andrade was still there. Who was the other one? Andrade and is it Wardlow? I think Wardlow. If these people was over there, like we would have like a whole fucking football team of people. There's so many people in the group. Honestly, if you ask me, I think that the Young Bucks are not necessarily interested in joining Don Callis family. I think they may be more interested in getting back with Kenny. If y'all been paying attention, there's something about them that seems a little reserved about joining the Don Callis family because I think they feel some type of way about not being friends with Kenny. And honestly, I agree. I would love to be friends with Kenny Omega as well. All right, a little senton from Serpentico is gonna do what? Is gonna do what? That wouldn't even hurt me. All right, Rocky, let's go. See, now here's the thing. I already know what's gonna happen anyway, but it's really cool to see when you're watching in the venue, you only get to see things from one point of view. This is why when you watch on TV, you get to see all these different camera angles and you get to experience the match differently. So, yes, you saw it live, but watching it on TV is another experience. And then you hear the commentary too, so that helps as well. Now, this venue right here was really nice. And I'm gonna say this. I was so jealous of the people who were sitting in the like the second like the second floor. The second floor, they had like couches. They had couches with tables and they had like candles or something like that on the tables. It looked so comfortable. So comfortable. More comfortable than sitting on the ground floor. So that would have been nice. Oh, Sapristico, tap in. Had you said her taking a win with a sleeper hold? I would love had you set her arms around me too. Rocky. Rocky and had you settle with the win. Now I will say this: this was actually the last match that they had filmed on Saturday. And after the match, Tony Khan had came out, and he was pretty much kind of talking about how, kind of promising that they would do a pay-per-view in Houston. And he didn't say when, he didn't say which one, but maybe sometime for next year. Now, if they're doing a pay-per-view in Houston, I'm there. Tony Khan, y'all got my money already. I'm so there for another Texas pay-per-view. That would be great. And even Hechi Settle did, I want, somewhat of a promo, a little bit in Spanish, obviously, but it was so cool. It was really really cool. They even cheered for him and Rocky after the match. So, interesting, interesting. All right, we got QTV here, Harley Cameron, Aaron Solo, and QT Marshall. They're talking about, okay, hold on, who that? Boom and Doom. Okay, so QT and the Pizza People Dad, their team is called Boom and Doom. Okay, I don't know where that's coming from. They're going to be going against Trent Beretta and Rocky Romero at the Tailgate Brawl, which is going to be next weekend for Full Gear. I can't even believe Full Gear is already like a week away. And now they're showing that Harley Cameron's going to have a match with Athena, and that's on November 20th. So you guys remember that, obviously CEO and Athena, they lost their match to qualify for going for the AEW Women's Tag titles, and Harley Cameron of all people pinned our forever champion Athena, which really shocked me. Really shocked me. I did not expect that. I actually thought it would have been Willow. All right, she's cutting a little promo on Athena. All right. Harley not winning. She's not beating Athena on Random Thursday. I don't see her winning, obviously not, but it now makes me wonder, like, because the pay-per-view, the Ring of Honor pay-per-view is on, I think, December 5th, I want to say. So she's not gonna win, but I'm curious to see who her opponent will be at the Final Battle pay-per-view. Now, at Final Battle pay-per-view, that would make Athena champion for fucking 3 years, y'all. 3 years. Can y'all imagine? Could y'all imagine? Ain't nobody doing it like Athena right now. David Bond, hello, David. How are you? Robert said not to take you off topic. Tati, what heavy metal bands you listen to? Not really heavy metal. No. I like rock music, but not into the heavy stuff. Not that it's horrible or whatever, but I mostly listen to, well, not as much rock music nowadays. But I do listen mostly to Korean hip hop and R&B. That's pretty much almost only thing I listen to. Um, Rock music, not as much. So if I go back and listen to rock music, um, it's probably like older songs, nothing too new. So like, one of my favorite rock bands is Crazy Town. Crazy Town is a mix of rap and rock, so I do enjoy them. I love Fallout Boy. I think they changed a little bit over time. And another one, I was listening to Maroon 5's album, the first album, the other day, and I was like, damn, these bitches change. These bitches change so much to fit into that mainstream sound. I guess it worked out for them, but like I know they lost a lot of their initial fans because of the change. You know. All right, we got Athena here with Billy Starks. They're going against Maya World and Hyann. Now this is from Saturday too, because remember, Hyann and Maya World, they had a match earlier that night with, damn, what's it, Ty J. Ty J. So they wrestled two matches on Saturday. Athena and Billy Starks not 100% on the same page, not 100%. But they're making it work. They're making it work. Uh, David said the women's blood and guts was fire. Yes, I agree. Red Velvet, BFAB, Maya World, Queen Abanada, Mara are killing it right now, and they're underrated and low key the future of Black women's wrestlers. Absolutely, I absolutely agree. Well, this is why I was referencing Athena's promotion in Dallas. So they have a Twitch. I don't know if the shows are available right now. Um, I would have to take a look at Twitch and see and let you guys know the name. I'm pretty sure it's Metroplex Wrestling. Look it up on Twitch. I think they might still have some of their older shows still on there, and you guys can go ahead and check out the women's show. So a lot of the girls, the bigger known girls within the indie scene, were there. When I went there 2 weeks ago, they had Chris Statlander was there, Diana Perrazzo was there, Nyla Rose was there. Um, was Hyann there? Maya was there. Um, Charity King was there. Nikki Blackheart was there. When I tell you that woman is stunning in person, oh Lord have mercy, beautiful, beautiful woman. She's also a woman of color as well. A lot of big names. Next time they have a show, I'm gonna share it because they're typically on Saturdays. Typically on Saturdays. Robert says time for Athena to drop the Ring of Honor Women's title. I'm gonna say no because I don't see anyone else ready to take the title. I don't want the title to just if it makes sense, if nobody has been built up to be ready to take this title, then it would not look right for Athena to win it, to lose it to just anybody. Honestly, from what I've been seeing with Ring of Honor, they have not built not one person in Ring of Honor to be next in line, not even remotely close at all. At all. Marina turned up her crazy during that match last night. I enjoyed it. Yeah, she did really well. She did really well. And I feel like that right there should encourage the company to have her mix more with the girls. I think that's the one thing that's been missing with Marina this past year. She's been part of the group for what a year and change. And it's been hard to actually see her growth. Now, if you watch her outside of AEW, she's the women's champion at Defy Wrestling. So I've seen some of those matches, and she wrestles well. I don't think she's bad or anything, but with her being part of the Death Riders, she's obviously learning things from these men, and she's definitely become much more fiercer in terms of the presence. But she just hasn't been able to interact with the girls. And last night, I think she did an amazing job. Amazing job. And Athena is another one that I would like to see more in the mix too. It would have been cool to see her in that match last night. It would have been cool. Is Leo hopping on tonight? No, it's just me tonight. It's just me. Marina needs more in-ring action. I agree. I agree. I like Marina's a slow brawler MMA style. Yes, I like that too. In the past, I feel like it hasn't worked well for her. She's now adopting more of that brawler style since she's been working with the Death Riders. If you go back and look at her other matches, it's been more like a straight up judo style, which I feel like hasn't really worked for her because a lot of wrestlers don't get that style or they're not versatile enough to work with her in that way. But now she has adopted a little bit more of, I guess you could say, some John Moxley isms in her style that works better for her. Oh, Maya Rose is not playing. Oh, holy shit! All right, she done stumped on Billy Stark's stomach. Maya World is from Texas, and she is amazing, amazing. So like at any given time you go to independent promotion, homegirl is there. She's putting in the work, putting in the work. So I hope that her time working in AW Ring of Honor, people get a chance to see more of her and follow her work. Now, the only thing I'm hoping they don't do is Billy Starks and Athena again. I would freaking hate that. We don't need another one of those. We don't. Hey, Jay Millie, how are you, hon? He said, what's cracking Queen Tati? And what a show AW put on last night. So many people loved it, except except that one mark from New York. I am not that one mark from New York. Obviously not. I think that people were looking for anything to complain about. Now, look, blood and guts, that is not really my style. It's not my thing. But the show that they put on last night, I thought was great. I thought was great, and everybody know what blood and guts is about. Hold on, Athena got Maya in a submission for the win. There we go. And she's still holding on. Breakfast like, baby girl, let go. Please let go. Yeah, blood and guts is not really my thing, but I thought they did amazing. I feel like if you don't like that style, that's okay, but don't try to sit here and tear it up because it's not something that you like. They did well. Now, you know what I heard a lot of people saying, which kind of surprised me. A lot of people said that they didn't like that Gabe got involved last night, like as if like why is he there? I think people don't feel like he fits with the Death Riders. I don't know how y'all feel about it. I don't know how y'all feel about it. Did they need him last night? Well, I can't say they needed him. I can say that I like that I saw him yesterday. But then again, if you want to see him, New Japan, is a 9.99 for a little subscription. I don't know how he fits with the Death Riders, especially when it's like a long period of time that we haven't seen them together with Gabe. So I don't know how that fits long term. Long term. I don't know. All right, they're showing clips from Swirl last match last week with Alex Zane and Willie Mack, which was an amazing tag match. Really was good. I like Swirl together. They did an interview with dude, what's his name? What's his name? RJ City. I don't know if you guys watch AEW. RJ City is phenomenal. He is funny and he does what he does really well. And he was kind of like, isn't this swirl name you guys got like kind of racist? And in a way, that's what I said when I first heard it. You got a black guy and a white guy together. The best thing I could think of is swirl. Whatever. It works. I like them together. I like it. All right, they're going against local talent. Local talent, Ben Parker and Will All Day. These are Texas wrestlers. Jay Billy said boom and doom. Look, I get the boom part, but what's the doom? Like, what is that? Where did that come from? I have no clue. Hardy's getting a nice push. Now, look, she has improved tremendously. I remember last year watching her when they did the residency in Texas last year. I was I sat in the crowd for all them shows and I just was like, she cute or whatever, but I need more. I need more. And what a difference a year has made where you see the improvement. Now I'm not going to compare her to other people who should be learning wrestling. But she's improved and you see it. And that's what we want. That's what we want when it comes to anybody who comes into the ring. If you're serious about wrestling, and you want this to be your career, you want to be liked, you want to push merch and all that shit, then you have to improve. And Harley Cameron has put in the work. I've seen pictures of her training with Mercedes and training with other wrestlers. Like she wants it. I really feel like she wants it. And you see the improvement. She did really well last night too. All right. The bell has rung. We got our boys in the ring. Big Shotty. Now that's another one who's improved too. Like Lee Johnson, When he was a babyface, I found him so boring, and I feel like a lot of wrestlers they gotta turn heel to show personality. I don't really know what that's about, but a lot of times that work out for people. I don't know what's gonna be like when he's a babyface again, but right now he's on fire with Blake. I love Blake. Blake is amazing. Can't believe Blood and Guts was so good last night. We did not need that little fiasco with FTR. They should have had Marina put Mina Shirakawa in a chokehold instead of hitting Mina with the TBS title. If they was to end women's blood and guts match with that spot, they should have had Monet use the title instead. But Mercedes had already went through the table. The reason why they did it that way was because Marina and Megan are in a team with each other. So there you go, teamwork. That worked out, you know. I think it worked out to the best. And low key, that TBS title looked good in Megan hands, didn't it? I like that. I like that. Jay Lisa, do you think you think about it, 2025, Harley has really been shining this year since Grand Slam Australia. I agree. I agree. I agree. She's done well. All right. Okay, Blake. Now here's the thing. When y'all see Blake or Lee Johnson teaming up or doing singles action in Ring of Honor, you see how great they are. Now on AEW TV, they typically lose. And I get it. I mean, I don't look at them as like enhancement talent or anything, but like when they're on TV, they typically lose, but they're great opponents to go against. And for me, I'm not a big fan of that because someone is looking real good on Mega of Honor taking wins and then they go to AEW and lose. It kind of kills the momentum because I think sometimes they forget that if you're watching Ring of Honor, you're watching AEW and vice versa, you know? All right. Lee Johnson flying. I do appreciate that. Do, 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 do. Jamie Lee said RB they couldn't because of the story in the title match with Stat and Mercedes, separate story, which lead into the tournament. Well, that's the thing too. There was a lot of separate stories going on in that match. You know, I mean, I guess it'll work out in the end, but like, I wish everybody was together. You know, with the same common uh I don't know, story or whatnot. They just took a lot of different things and just put everybody and say, hey, the good girls right there, the bad girls right there. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. But overall, the match was great. All right, Swirl wrapping it up. They wrapping it up. All right. I don't know what's the name of this little finisher, but it's like a lethal injection kind of with a kick to the back. I don't know what we're calling it. But I like it. I like it. All right, Swirl with the win. I like them together. We need to pick things up in the Ring of Honor tag division because right now we have Sammy and Roosh with the title. I haven't seen much of them. Haven't seen much of them yet. Maya World is a beast in the ring. I agree. Jamie Lee said Maya World is dope. Yes, I agree. Jamie Lee said RB, but AEW doesn't tell stories though. Well, there's that. There's that. I mean, they do, but it's not that they don't. I think people are mistaking that there's telling a story and there's telling a really good one. So sometimes it kind of get lost where it's like we got a little something something but it's not really what we want because I feel like fans they have a different perspective of things. Like we're watching from a completely different lens than I think that the people who work in the company. We are the consumers. We paying to watch this shit. We are paying to go to the shows and all these things. So we do want to see what we would like. Well, hold on, what's going on here? Okay, Aaron Solo's coming out, and Rocky comes in attacking from behind. Oh well, Mass Archer's here, snatch his ass up, and throwing his ass down the ramp. He's beating up Aaron Solo. Anyway, but we got the whole Don Callis family thing going on with the pizza people and QT that's gonna be playing out next week at the Tailgate Brawl. All right, the bell has rung. Lance Archer will be killing Aaron Solo. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the drill. Nothing new. Do you think they should have had Marina and Mina in a chokehold or hit Mina with the TBS title like she did? I think it worked out perfectly. I think it worked out perfectly. Like I said, in so many words, the men could not follow the women's blood and guts. I think it's because there's just we're seeing. I don't want to say we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing the same people in different elements. Where it's just like, okay, we're seeing them doing anarchy in the arena. We're seeing them do what was the thing that they did with President Tanahashi again at Forbidden Door, whatever that was, that cage match. Damn, I forgot what they called it. We're seeing them in similar situation where it's just like, all right, it's the same people. That's the thing. Like, I don't know how they're going to break away from the Death Riders because it's like Death Riders conglomeration got the same shit going on. Don Callis family, yeah, there's a lot of people in that group, but where's it going? Especially with Don Callis family staying away from like Death Riders, which is interesting. So we got a little chance to see them have a little interaction on Saturday when they met up with the Death Riders in the hallway, and John Moxley's like, does it look like we need a favor from you? Do we need anything from you? We never needed anything from y'all. And that's interesting because they've kept these two groups away from each other this entire time. And both the groups has been pretty dominant as heels. So at some point, people are going to just be like, all right, we're tired of Death Riders and conglomerations, the same thing over and over again. Give us something else. And we're going to most likely end up seeing Death Riders and Don Callis family at some point. I'm hoping. And there's a way to do it where both teams can be heels. Like, why not? Why not? All right, Lance Archer looked like he's ready to wrap that up. Never mind. Aaron Solo with surprise, surprise, a Hurricane Rana onto Lance Archer, which is not an easy feat, and a DDT as well. He's too tall to get a DDT from a short guy like this. But they're doing what they can. I like Aaron Solo. He's great. He's great. I don't know how he got stuck with QT. They could have went with they could have went with Ebony and Ivory. Hell no. Hell no. Not for two guys. No. I'll take Swirl. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't necessarily care too much for Swirl, but that's better than Ebony and Ivory for sure. For sure. Well, Lance Archer wrapping it up. They wrapping it up. We need a Don Callis t-shirt. Where the Don Callis family t-shirts? I don't know if they have that, but I would definitely buy that. I was so disappointed with the lack of heel merch on Saturday because I was like, all right, I'm here to spin, and I'm looking around. I'm just like, all right, where's the stuff that I like? I don't know. They didn't have them. They didn't have them. And like Roberto was saying yesterday, I guess they're selling the stuff that they know would sell, which honestly, people like heels too, like I think they have like a John Moxley shirt there, but I would have loved to see like a Death Rider shirt. I would totally buy that. I know they have Death Rider shirt because I feel like they've worn them before in the show. No, I'm not 100%. They have Dark House family shirt. I don't know that. I'm not sure. So I only end up getting autograph posters. That's the only thing I end up getting. All right, we have MXMTV. Johnny TV is fucking ripped. God damn. Taya Valkyrie is one lucky lady. Lucky lady. And then we got the handsome Mason. Oh, he look good. All right, all right. They're so silly. I would have loved to see Mason and Mansoor with Dalton Castle. I think that they would have just been a freaking I mean, I like these four together, but something about these two working with Dalton would have just been fucking extreme to me. I would have loved that. All right, here comes Sky Flight, which is Scorpio Sky, Dante Martin, and Darius Martin, and then Layla Gray as well, the beautiful Layla Gray. We really haven't seen much of this team since they came together. Like, what's going on? And you know what? Let me not even get into it because when I think about Top Flight, I feel like crying. Oh my god, I love Top Flight. There's no reason why them two haven't held the tag titles. There's no reason, no excuse. They are a tremendous team. After Dante had got hurt and came back, oh hold on, SCP are watching in the crowd. They're wilding right now. After Dante had came back from his injury, I think they should have gotten serious with either having them go for the tag titles or for the trios. Because remember, they was with Action Andretti at that time. Well, Darius was with Action Andretti. Then Dante came back from his injury, and honestly, I could think of like maybe like one promo where I've actually heard their voice, and I just feel like they never really took the chance to put these guys out there. Like, I don't even know what Dante and Darius sound like. I really don't know. I really don't know. And then it goes to, you know, they're seeming to be more of a priority with the older superstars, and the young guys are kind of just like, well, we'll just wait for our turn. No, it's now. Your turn is now. Like, why not? Why not? We haven't seen Private Party since they lost the titles. Oh, Lord. Crazy. Crazy. Robert said, I hope Mina turns heel on Tony, either on next week Dynamite or at Full Gear. Well, what they doing at Full Gear? They're not on Full Gear. Well, hold on. How many matches we actually have for Full Gear? Because it's literally around the corner. Like what, 9 days away, and I feel like we only have FTR versus Brodito. We have the world title on the line, so that's two matches. Stat and Mercedes, that's three. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Oh, wait a minute. Is it the trios with Young Bucks, Josh going against Kenny and Jurassic Express, whatever they call themselves. I forgot the name. Uh, for $1 million, right? $1 million match. All right, Layla, I see you put in the wire. She is so beautiful, so beautiful. I think that's all we got. Like four matches, I think, for the pay per view so far, and we're like a week away. If I'm missing something, y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. Oh no, no, no! The gauntlet match for the new title. Yes, I forgot that. So we do got that. That'll take a little bit of the show because a few people are going to be participating in that. Once again, the trios title is not on the pay per view. Once again, I like that they're doing these, matches with the men and the women together. Well, never mind. I thought Layla was gonna hit Johnny, but she didn't. I like that. I don't see a problem with men and women having matches. We're just seeing them a little bit more in AEW Ring of Honor this past like month or so. I think it works. It gives us something different, and it's nice to see the women interacting with the men. I like it. I like it. Tia said, I've been waiting impatiently for the Death Riders versus Don Callis family. Which group is the best heel? The heeliest heel. Honestly, I love both. I love both, but that's a good one. That's a good one because this can go a lot of ways. I want to see Claudio in the world title scene. Like I like that they're two separate groups, but I want to see everybody kind of having their own thing going on, which is not a bad thing, but also have common enemies as well. So I wouldn't be mad with seeing those two groups together. Um I would like to see, like I said, Claudio for the world title. That man deserve it. First of all, Lord have mercy. They've been posting like little clips of Claudio in the match last night. Claudio is in amazing shape. I mean, I was drooling looking at that man. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I would love to see him go for the world title. Maybe he can be next to get the title from Hangman. I'm not sure if they will go that route. I don't see Samoa Joe winning that title again anytime soon. But I would love to see him with that title again. But Claudio definitely capable of holding it down in AEW with that world title for sure. Pac, Pac, I don't know. Pac, he's capable of holding a title. We've seen him trios champ. We've seen him the international champion. Well, All Atlantic champion when it was called that. He's a great champion. I don't feel like people got a chance to see much of him as the All Atlantic champion because he was one of the few people who were actually defending the title outside of AEW. And when he was doing that, they were only featuring those matches on Ring of Honor. Not was it Ring of Honor? I think Ring of Honor, and they used to give them on AEW Dark. So if y'all was watching wrestling, AEW back then, some of those matches were on there. Some of them. Mansoor is not looking good. Scorpio Scott too fine for him to only be wrestling like 2 times a year. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Now the team ain't bad. Like Skyflight, it's not bad. I don't care for the name, but it's not bad. But I think I would have just loved to see Top Flight doing their thing and getting that tag title at some point. Some point. And Dante is amazing singles wrestler too. Like he is just absolutely amazing. I know like there was a period of time where we saw a lot of singles action from Dante in AEW, and we just haven't seen that in quite some time. Darius, I will say, I I don't know what it is. I just feel like he works better with his brother and not that great by himself. Not that great. Tia says shirt idea. Don Callis needs to do a Death Row Vibe, Death Row Records Vibe magazine theme shirt. It would be more than one wrestling shirt because so many wrestlers in the group. That would actually be cool. I would like that. I'd buy it for sure. See Fluid is here. He said, "Good evening, Tati in the chat. Wanted to hit the like button before I start driving home from work. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day." Yes, that day's all right. All right, Mason looks like he's trying to wrap it up. He is so tall. I wonder how tall he is. All right, Dante and Darius, y'all know they have really good chemistry with each other, obviously. But we need to see. I want to see a little bit more of Scorpio Sky having more chemistry with Top Flight. A lot of times when they bring teams together, it kind of feels like it's just people in a group rather than you feeling that synergy with everyone within the group. And this is why they have to have more time working with each other. They only had maybe this is like their third, maybe fourth match together as a team, I think. And they've been together for months, so I don't know what's going on with that. Oh no, Mason kicked Mansoor. Well, that was an accident. That was an accident. And now his nuts are crushed on the ropes. We don't like that. We don't like that. But they're definitely going the route of having Skyflight have a feud, I want to say, with STP. So we've been seeing slight run ins with them, but I wouldn't call it a feud yet. So maybe they're going that route for the 6-man tag titles at the upcoming pay per view, Final Battle. All right, Skyflight end up taking the win. Um, Here comes STP with the attack from behind. Hold on. I see chocolate means. I do appreciate that. Hold on. Anthony Ogogo, Carly Bravo, the captain, Sean Dean. Lord have mercy. Shane Taylor. That's what I like. That's what I like. I mean I'm so happy that these guys are together. I am so happy. Like I like this group so much. They have a out of this world personality that I love. and they could be running fucking Ring of Honor right now, fucking just running things over there. And I want to see them go against Skyflight. I do. I want to see a nice feud, and then at the pay per view, put the titles on the line. Who that? Oh, Lee Moriarty coming out. Oh my God, Lee Moriarty! Jesus Christ! Lee Moriarty is amazing. He is amazing, amazing technical wrestler. Now, another thing too is that I feel like they don't have enough wrestlers that fit that technical wrestling style. You know, we need more of that. We need more of that for sure. All right, all right. SCP are making it to the back, basically walking over the nearly dead bodies of Skyflight. While Lee Moriarty makes it to the ring, he's going to be going against Willie Mack in a Proving Grounds match. Wait, is it Proving Grounds? I think it's Proving Grounds. Lee has been champion for over a year now. Over a year. Hey, guy. Hello, hon. How are you? Hello. All right, Willie Mack is coming out. Oh, Willie Mack is freaking amazing. He's an amazing wrestler. He's super funny, by the way. Kind of crazy, but we like crazy. We like crazy. They should feature him a hell of a lot more in Ring of Honor, like they did, like sort of what in the beginning. I think he's really entertaining. People like him a lot. He is very agile for a big dude. Very agile. There's nothing like seeing a big meaty man doing a standing moonsault. I love that. Love that. And I like how he has the pick for his afro. He's picking out his hair and everything. I love it. I love it. What's the main event for this? I have no clue. Interesting. All right. What is that? A fold? Like he folded up the pick? What was that? Oh my God. All right. All right. Well, the bell about to ring. We got quite a few different camera angles. All right. Willie Mack takes off his pants, and all the ladies and the guys are making some noise. We like that. We like that. He has his Willy Wonka inspired gear thing going on here. I like it. I like it. All right. Well, the clock is running. Got 10 minutes. He has 10 minutes to win. So you can win either lasting the 10 minutes, which is probably the best route to go. But Lee Moriarty is not a an easy opponent to face. We rarely see opportunities where there's proving grounds matches and their opponent make the champion tap or um what's that what I'm looking for? Tap or win via a pin. So it's a little different. Now when I think of pure division, I don't necessarily see Willie Mack, but as long as you know the rules to pure match and you could work with it, then you got somewhat of a chance. Somewhat of a chance. All right, all right. All right, he's trying to lock that arm in, but Willie Max drags his body for a rope break. And each wrestler has three rope breaks. I know a lot of people don't necessarily, not that they don't know the rules to pure matches, it's different. And then Ring of Honor also have like a 20 count as well, so that's a little different. That's something that you typically see like in Japanese wrestling. So it's a little different from like AEW. They don't do pure matches. They don't have the 20 count for the wrestlers to come back into the ring. Actually, I think 20 count is way more than enough. Way more than enough. But at least you get a little breather. You get 20 counts to get a little breather. This is better than 10. All right. Well, last week Commander did win his match. He ended up lasting that 10 minutes. That was a really great matchup. So we're going to see Commander get his title shot at some point. They might take it to the pay per view. I'm thinking. I'm not sure. It would be cool to see someone else win, and they can do like a triple threat situation for the pure title. Have they done that before in Ring of Honor history? If anybody know, let me know. Um, that would be a different situation if they went that route. I would like to see that. All right, we got 7 minutes left for Willie Mack to last with Lee Moriarty. Capri said, can you imagine Willie Mack as a pure champion, pure chocolate? All right, Willie Mack is twerking on the mat. Um, throw some dollars at it. That's it. Throw some dollars at it. Super entertaining. I love Willie Mack. What is the main event of this show? They gotta. I'm thinking there's like another match after this. I don't think there's any more women's matches. All right, it's not looking good for Willie Mang. We got Lee working that left hand, his arm actually. Oh man, he's amazing. If y'all never seen um last year Final Battle, Lee Moriarty had a open challenge for anybody to go against him. Now I didn't have anyone in mind at that time, but imagine just hearing Nigel McGuinness music and everybody lost their shit in there. Nigel comes out and I was just like, holy shit. He comes out there and toe it up with Lee Moriarty. It was freaking amazing. Now look, I'm not saying that Nigel needs to be in the ring full time, but when y'all see him in the ring, he just does something magical every single time. Like every time I think about his match with Zack Sabre Jr. from Forbidden Door, I still can't believe Tony Khan. I'll never forgive you for throwing on that match in the middle of the card like it was nothing. I'll never forgive you. They did amazing, absolutely amazing. I felt like it was kind of underrated a little bit. I wish that they made the title feel more like a big deal. And this is that thing that I have in terms of like them doing a partnership with New Japan. I feel like they should look. I understand this is like, no, but you know what? It's an AEW New Japan type of deal. So they should have prioritized the IWGP World title and made it like a co-main event situation with the world title. That's what they should have done, and they didn't do that. So throwing it on the middle of the card, a little bit of a slap of the face to me. I didn't like that. All right, we got about 4 minutes left for our boy Willie Mack to last. Will he make it? Will he make the 4 minutes? All right, Lee trying to hit him with a clothesline to knock him down, but it's not happening. He's a big dude. You're gonna have to put a lot of work. Willie's arm is hurting. It's hurting. Baby, you just gotta last less than 4 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna do it. But he has already used two rope breaks. He got one left. Lee Moriarty. Oh, cannonball from Willie Mack. It's not looking good. Not looking good. I love when Willow and Brody King does cannonballs. It makes me feel like I wish I was in the corner waiting on them. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. Oh, he's in pain. He's holding onto that arm. Come on, bruv. You got it. You got it. Hey, Black Star, how are you? He said last night was an A show. Here's how I see an A show. No match past three. What? No match past a 3.5 star, not Meltzer rating, my own rating. Hey, I don't know what this Meltzer rating thing is. I personally, that means nothing to me. Meltzer ratings, a lot of people, they take it like it's the Bible or something. And for me, I don't feel like it is. The only reason why people actually listen to Dave Meltzer is because he's been doing this for a really long time. And being someone who's done it for a really long time, it does give you that seniority, but doesn't mean that your ranking style is what everybody should go based off of. I don't think that he be getting it right. I know it is based off opinions, but I watch matches too, and I could come up with my own rating. So Dave Meltzer, I don't know. All right, I see. Oh no, Willie Mankey is well, he got caught up. He got caught up. Lee is a savage. Well, he got less than 2 minutes. Willie Mack could try to get his foot onto the. Oh, he tapped. Okay, Willie Mack tapped. So y'all see how that goes. There was only 1 minute and 40 seconds left. He could have used his last rope break, I think, at least to get Lee off his back for a moment, and then he could have. I probably would have did was I probably would have gotten out the ring and let a bitch chase me for like that last minute or so. And he could have probably lasted the 10 minutes to get a title shot. Willie Mack, you did your thing, bruh. You just didn't quite make it. Didn't quite make it. Lee Moriarty has done a great job as champion. I need a few. Now look, if they are going for Commander and Lee Moriarty, Commander baby, you're gonna have to get on that mic and cut a promo. Like we don't care if it's in Spanish. Let me hear from you. Well, speaking of Commander coming out. All right, Commander face to face with Lee. He's really short, I think. Or is it the angle? Lee shoves the title in Commander's face. All right, Commander, we see you, Bram. Oh, he got nice arms. Oh, I appreciate that. Now, look, just because they speak another language don't mean that they can't do promos. Alex Abrahantes has been over there. Well, hold on, the show's over? They filmed other matches on Saturday. I'm surprised they didn't air everything, but I guess they'll use it for another episode. We are what, like an hour and 10 minutes. All right, that's not bad. Not bad. Blackstar said a B is no match, past a 3 stars, so on and forth. So you know the reason why when everyone says, "Oh, that show was an A," I'm the only one who says is not. Wait, so did you like Blood and Guts last night, or you didn't? Thank you for listening to this matter. I may seem crazy, but I know my wrestling. I mean, honestly, I do think that ratings are really an opinion thing, and sometimes a lot of people's opinion can really determine like how well a match went. I don't know if you know about a app called Dropkick. I'm on that app, and this is where wrestling fans can rate matches and rate shows and everything. It's actually really cool. They have wrestling as far as, oh, I don't know if they have anything in the 70s, but I know they have shows from the 80s. I haven't gone that far back to see if they got anything from the 70s, but there's shows, pay-per-views in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010, 20 in the 2020s, and it's a really cool place for wrestling fans to rate wrestling shows, or you can just rate the matches if you're not like wanting to do the whole thing. And there are people there who are literally going back and watching old pay-per-views and shows, and they are listing their thoughts and giving reviews. So if you don't like to get in front of a camera but you want to talk about wrestling in just like writing form, then I would recommend getting the Dropkick app. Is really really cool, and you can see other people's opinions too in terms of how they feel about it. Oh, and you can rank wrestlers too. So like you have your profile. Um let me see, because I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been on there for like a week. So typically when a show is over, I get on the app and then I just rate the shows and I rate each match. I don't always give a review on everything, but you can still rate things. So they got 5 stars at the most that you can review. And then you have different lists. So they have a lot of promotions on here. You can make your own list of certain things, whatever you want, like your favorite matches. They have a lot of promotions. Let me see. No, these are the ones that I reviewed. And the app is called Dropkick, is Dropkickd, no E. And you make your profile. And let me see. I have rated so far. Okay. I have rated 577 shows. And it shows that I watched 1,200 shows. That's definitely not true. I've watched way more than that. But that's just based off what I have ranked. And I also have like my favorite matches, so people can see like what your favorite matches are, and they can see whatever list you have. You can put like the worst matches, you can put the best matches, whatever you want, and then on your profile, people can see like what your favorite matches are, who your favorite wrestlers are, and everything. It's a really cool app if you haven't checked that out. So like I said, I do ratings. I don't do reviews on there because I do the reviews on my channel. So if y'all just want to see my pretty face talking about wrestling, then y'all come on over to the channel. But on the app, you can just put in words or just star ratings on what you think the matches or the show was. So a lot of promotions on there. All the big promotions are on there. Um, and I want to say most Japanese promotions are on there. Uh, Indie promotions is not as much as it should be, but I think the app started like late last year, so they're still getting it together. Still getting it together. Gerard is here. He said, acknowledging Tia's shirt idea. Yes. Currently wearing the Dawn, the Don Tank Clan shirt. Okay. Oh my God. We got Jay in the house. Hey, he said, I appreciate all you do. Thank you for reviews of Ring of Honor. I pray they get a TV more eyes can see. I agree. I absolutely agree. I really want them to be successful. And this is part of the reason why I do the reviews, because I want them to know that people are watching, and I wanted to know what people feel about these shows. Like they have the roster. They have the roster. Um I just feel like I do think that there's some things that they can do to make it better before putting it on TV. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to strike a deal with Warner Brothers and put it on like TBS or TNT. I don't know if that's I sometimes I think that's what they want. I think they want AEW Ring of Honor to possibly be within the same group in terms of being under Warner. So that would be cool if that was the case. But I'm guessing if they couldn't do that and they can get like another network to pick them up, like why not? As long as it's on TV, y'all can do like a year deal, maybe 2 years. If y'all do well, Warner Brother will probably have interest in it and say, bring it on over to TNT or TBS. Like I would start out with a small deal and work my way up, you know? It's not that the honor club is nothing, but I still feel like the TV deal would be best case scenario for them anyway. Like I said, they have the stars, they just need to do better. I feel like they need to prioritize Ring of Honor more, if that makes sense. I felt like personally overall the shows are better when they have residencies. So they have like that entire day or whatever time frame that they're using to focus only on Ring of Honor. And then, when they're doing the Ring of Honor around a Dynamite or a Collision show, they'll tape some matches before the show, then they'll do the rest after the show. There's only been a couple of shows that I've been to where they didn't do like Ring of Honor at all, which is interesting. But when they're doing that, I feel like they're I don't want to say rushing, but it don't feel the same when they're doing their residency. They did the one in Orlando. They stopped doing that. And when they were in Texas, I felt like they just had nothing but time to do the best that they possibly could with the tapings, and I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it during that time. They need more time. They need more time to work on it. Black Star said, "I need you to make an ultimate duty shirt? Hell no." Hell no. And I saw this damn, what was it? It was some something where there was just like, oh, here's a new pictures of Diddy in prison. Don't he look like a silver fox? I was like, who is saying this, right? Like, it's weird, really weird shit. I don't know who's looking at Diddy like that right now. If you watch Tuesday night's roundtable, I said that one in one of the posts. Okay. I want Ring of Honor to return to former glory. The legacy of the company is still alive, so I'm hopeful for better. Now, I don't think it's going to be what it was, but there is potential to still make it something amazing. I never thought that it was going to be back to where it was, especially when you got a different person running it, and you got most of the people who are currently on Ring of Honor have never been on Ring of Honor previously. They do got a few people over there right now, like Jay Lethal, Dalton Castle. Who else was over there that's there now? Is that it? Is that it? That might be true. I gotta look at the roster. But anyway, I think they had the roster to be able to do it, but the show needs to have more of a consistency. And I don't feel like it's very consistent in terms of the booking. A lot of times it does feel like we're just putting on matches just to put them, and there isn't like a direction. But even when they do that, a lot of matches are still really great. So, I think people are looking more of consistency with the shows, like in terms of storylines. Like for me, I can watch wrestling just for the matches and not feel like I have to be attached to stories. But majority of people are looking to get attached to something, because if you're spending time watching something on a weekly basis, people want consistency. That's what keep people coming back, especially if you gotta spend $10 on it. So we'll see. We'll see. The potential is 100% there. Give me a call, Tony Khan. Give me a call. Well, right now they are replaying the show. So typically after the show's over, they'll replay it live again. And you can't skip it though when they do the replay. After the second showing of it, then you can go back to it and skip through or fast forward or rewind or whatever. So they're showing the show again. If you can book the show around certain Ring of Honor wrestlers, who would you showcase? Um, I would focus on a group, and I think STP would be a really great option, because every they first of all, they got a 6-man tag titles right now, and even if they didn't, you can break them up in tag team. You can break them up in like singles titles, and there's different possibilities. They have a girl on the team as well, so the potential is there with them for sure. Like if I had to do it, another thing I would do is, I don't know who, but I think it's time to pick things up with the women's division in terms of who's going to get that title from Athena. We're not seeing anybody next in line, like remotely, not even at all, in terms of who would be that girl. to get the title from Athena. Now, I'm not saying that someone needs to get it from her like right now, but we need to be building more stars, and I think that's a thing too. I with Ring of Honor, um, is it safe to say that they haven't? Okay, no, that's not true. I was gonna say they haven't made any stars out of Ring of Honor. I would say the last time they made a star out of somebody, I don't know if y'all gonna agree, but Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher, when he had the Ring of Honor TNT title, he had an amazing not TNT, what title was it again? Ring of Honor TV title. I think that's what I said, right? TV title. When he started, he barely had the tattoos. He had just like got out of the situation with Mark Davis. Mark Davis had like an injury or illness during that time. So obviously they vacated on their titles, their tag titles. They were belt collectors. Okay. Aussie Open were belt collectors. So they had to vacate all their titles while Mark was injured or sick, something like that. Now they put Kyle on Ring of Honor, and he was just able to just be himself, and that's when you really start to see him grow. And I feel like his time as champion didn't last so long because they realized that holy shit, we got something here. We got something here. So like if you go back and watch when he was holding the TV title, you can really see the beginning stages of the proto star and what he is right now. And man, it's just been amazing, absolute amazing ride with Kyle Fletcher. Now, other than that, um, I can't really say who has grown with Ring of Honor. Um, I can't say that. I can't say that. There's been times where it seemed like they are going that route with somebody, and then out of the blue, they just like pulled out. And this is why I was saying like the consistency isn't always there for people. And that's why I said like, if they took dedicated time to do filming for these shows, I think that it would be better turnout in the overall show so people to feel invested in these shows. But I don't know. I don't know. Now you know what? Now that you said that, who would I showcase? I y'all I don't know if y'all gonna agree. But Hook, I would bring him to Ring of Honor and try to build him up. This way, he can have, interactions with local talent. He can have interaction with people who are just like not really up there in Ring of Honor because I feel like he needs the help, absolutely needs the help in terms of showing his skills as a wrestler. And like I'm not convinced with Hook at all in AEW. When we were talking earlier about Harley Cameron and how much you know what, Harley Cameron did improve. She has also had a lot of matches within Ring of Honor, and I watched her, very beginning in Ring of Honor, where I was like, I'm so bored watching her, to now where we're seeing her and she's so entertaining, and she's improved. So Harley Cameron's another one who's benefited from having some time in Ring of Honor as well. But overall, somebody like Hook, I know people are gonna be like, he's been in AEW. What, he there in the very beginning, Hook? I can't remember, but he's been on the roster for the longest. And when I say I have seen zero improvement from Hook, I mean that. I really mean that. Um, Another thing too is they don't have to. Well, I like that they use local talent, but they can incorporate more girls from Stardom. They did that for a little bit, for a couple of weeks with the Stardom girls. They have done that with New Japan. Like here and there, they'll have New Japan guys come and they'll be able to get into matches with the guys in Ring of Honor, which is another good thing too. So you don't have to necessarily get local talent that people aren't familiar with. You can get people who are in that partnership with you, Stardom and New Japan, CMLL. We saw a lengthy presence of CMLL and Ring of Honor earlier this year. And the one thing I think that they messed up was that is that they kept coming. The CMLL guys kept coming and having matches, and amazing matches, by the way, too. Sometimes I feel like they had the best matches on those episodes. However, they almost never had CMLL wrestlers had interactions with the Ring of Honor wrestlers, which I thought was insane. Cause I was like, when are they actually gonna have them have matches with Ring of Honor wrestlers? And they didn't do that. That was very peculiar to me. I think that was a missed opportunity. So they should try that again for sure. With CMLL. Tia said, Gerard, yes to taking notes. Yes, I agree. They should focus on more storylines and get more people invested. Absolutely. Storylines is what get people invested. I am a pro wrestling fan for life, so I personally don't need it. I feel like I don't need it. My favorite part of wrestling is the actual in-ring work. That's what I care about more. But you have a weekly show, you have a paywall over it where you want people to pay for it. You have to make people feel like I should spend this $10 on it, and the best way to do that is the stories and the character development too, because you have to have characters that people can fall in love with. You have to have characters that people can hate. If your fans don't even have any type of connection, love or hate with the wrestlers, they can't get invested into it. So there are a few people here that we are used to seeing on AEW TV, but overall, not everyone you have a connection with currently within Ring of Honor. So some more work can be done for sure. Hook has something. What that is, we don't know because his development has been bad for whatever reason. But Ring of Honor would be good for him. I agree. Ring of Honor. I did also recommend going to Japan. Now I did say if Hook goes to Japan, he probably gonna realize that this wrestling thing ain't for him. Because wrestling in Japan versus wrestling in America is a completely different ball game. I don't know if it would work out for him in the end. Like that would make him a whole nother dog if he went to Japan. I don't know if he has that in his radar. But a Ring of Honor and kind of start scratch with him. Like why not? Like if you really want to perfect your craft, start from the beginning. And I said this before too. Like Hook, I don't. If I'm wrong, let me know. I don't think Hook has ever done any independent shows. I've never heard Hook doing independent show. Even with Nick Wayne. Nick Wayne's like a baby. He's like 20 or 19 years old. He has been wrestling professionally since what I think 15 or 16. And he's so much better than Hook in the ring. He's so much better than Hook in the ring. He would literally be on a Dynamite working with Christian, and then on Saturday he's wrestling on a fucking farm in front of like 50 people. That is somebody who wants to be better at what they do. So a lot of these wrestlers are assigned to AEW, but they're putting work in at other promotions and they're getting the experience. And that's the one thing I like about AEW is that they allow their wrestlers to work elsewhere as well, and they get the experience because they're not always going to get the TV time. So Hook, like, you're not better than anybody else because of who your daddy is. You're not better than anybody else. Go out there and get the experience. I don't know. I don't know what we can do for him. I really don't. But I would have, say, look, baby, go to Ring of Honor. Let's see what you do. If he improve, put like the Ring of Honor TV title on him. Let me see. Maybe pure title. No, I need to see a hell of a lot more before I even say pure title. But if he improves, I can put one of the mid card titles on him and work his way up. Work his way up. Tati, you don't have a cold heart because I didn't think you would say a Hook going to Ring of Honor. LOL, I thought you would permanently fire him. He needs development. Yes. So honestly, I would give him the boot if it was my company. But I do feel like promoters need to give wrestlers an opportunity. Like if you see that it's not working on your main show, then put him on the smaller show and work from there. Now, if you put somebody in a smaller show and there's just no improvement, show him the door. Show him the door. There are other opportunities, there are a lot of young guys who I feel like wrestle better than Hook, and they don't get the opportunity. Nick Wayne, he had a pretty great opportunity working with our stepdaddy Christian. Top Flight, like I was saying earlier, these guys been there for quite some time. They are freaking amazing in the ring, and haven't even they probably don't even know what the AEW tag titles look like. Like amazing wrestlers, those opportunities are passing them by. And then like, I don't know what the session is with Hook. I'm not sure. I tried to support him in the beginning. I was like, oh, whenever I hear a wrestler from New York, I'll be a little biased at first, and then when I see like they're not that great, then I'm out. I'm out. Do you think Desmond and Xavier and Will Ospreay match would cook? Absolutely, absolutely. I see he got some bookings lined up. HOG being one of them. I don't think he. I don't even think he. Well, did he have 90 days? I don't remember if it was 90 days, but um, I would love to see that. Now, if y'all don't know, like with Ring of Honor, they do be having some ex WWE wrestlers come over there and wrestle there too. I can see him being one of those guys to get the opportunity to at least work at Ring of Honor, and if we could work our way up to go against William, though, I would love to see it, but I don't know if that opportunity will actually happen. But it would be cool. I think I would enjoy them together. I think Diana Peraza would have been used better. I don't know what happened, but I wonder if her and Athena would be great. Oh, Diana, she's currently in the tournament for the pure title. I would actually like to see her win it. Um, if she don't win it, maybe she can go in a feud with Athena for the women's title. I don't know if they'll do that, but she is more than capable of being a champion right now. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I just feel like she hasn't gotten the opportunity to show how amazing that she is. Now, I would say, y'all remember, was it last year? Last year with Diana and Thunder Rosa, they had a series of like, damn, what was it, like 5, 6 matches, something like that. And they were freaking amazing, absolutely amazing. And I was like, oh, something big got to come out of this. And nothing really happened for either Thunder or Diana. This is why I was saying, like they start something with people and it seems like it's going somewhere big, and then that's it. That's it. So we'll see what happens with Diana in the pure tournament. She is my pick to win. But I don't know because we still have other people on the tournament that haven't gotten a chance to have a match yet. So we'll see. Serena Deeb is also on there. Serena Deeb would be okay. Serena Deeb, a tremendous wrestler. However, zero personality, zero, zero. And I do feel like if she had more of an opportunity to be on TV, they could have worked on her personality, and she could have built herself to be a future champion for sure. But they have not been consistent with her on television, so I don't know what's going on with that. I love a good story being told in the ring. Oh, absolutely. And that's another thing too. Stories aren't just told with feuds, it's told throughout the match as well. And I don't think that is something that every wrestler can do. A lot of times people just get in the ring and, do some moves or whatever and it's done. But there are some people that get in the ring and tell a story, and I don't always see that with people. So, like for me, like I said, the matches are the most important thing. Wrestling, the actual wrestling is the most important thing. But you're giving a weekly show, you want people to invest their time, their money. The stories is what keep people coming back. This is why Dark was so good because it gave wrestlers to work on stuff before getting a call up. Since it was gone, Ring of Honor NXT, it is. Well, hold on. You're right about that. I didn't like that they didn't even tell anybody that was getting rid of it. It just happened out of the blue. Um, hold on. Yes, still see me? I think I pressed something. I don't know what I pressed just now. Give me a second. Give me a second. I just pressed something. I don't know what I pressed. I got too many browsers pulled up. Hold on, hold on. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. All right, do y'all see me? Let me know if you see me. Anyway, so what I was saying was Dark worked because people who were coming up, y'all remember Takesha was on Dark, and Takesha didn't even he wasn't even on there. The first match Takesha had on there, I said, "Oh baby, you don't belong here. You don't belong here." He needed to be in the ring. So like if y'all go back and see Takesha early matches within AEW, not talking about the AEW Dark stuff, um, he had matches with Danielson. Damn, who else he had? He had matches with like some of the big name wrestlers, and I think like right after that, it was a little slow with building Takesha up to where he's at right now, which is I guess all right, it's all right, but AEW Dark had this purpose. When they got rid of that, I was like, all right, they're probably going to use Ring of Honor or Rampage to, I guess, take the place of AEW Dark, and I think it kind of well, they kind of did in a way, but I think they wanted Ring of Honor to be its own thing, not something to necessarily be compared to AW Dark. But I thought that it was working. They got rid of it, and I don't know. Now they got rid of Rampage, which I think was, I don't want to say a mistake. I don't think it was a good idea. I think having that extra time on TV was a good thing. With Ring of Honor not being on TV, so most people wouldn't see it. But at least Rampage for an hour, people would be able to see what you got to offer. And they just didn't go that route. They just didn't go that route, and they got rid of the show. And now we have only Collision and Dynamite. Now, what I would have done was try to feature a few more people that aren't necessarily consistently on AEW on Collision. And they haven't really done that. Here and there they might do it, but those people are always losing on Collision. When they started with Collision, they did have a bit of a separation with the roster because CM Punk and all that fiasco was going on. And honestly, I think that worked better because with the separation, it kind of felt like Dynamite was his own thing, Collision was his own thing, and people that you would see on one show you didn't see on another. Kind of in some ways like a brand split. And I think that it worked at the time. Obviously, CM Punk obviously left or whatever, and then they start to integrate more Dynamite wrestlers and Collision wrestlers, and then we start to see more of these people on the same show. And when they did that, now you're seeing less and less of other people, and sometimes you would see people on Dynamite and on Collision, and it's just like, all right, so where are the other people that is collecting a check? We love everybody on this roster, well, almost everybody, and we want to see more people get opportunities. And I am one of those people who feel like the younger guys don't get the opportunity that they deserve over the veterans, if that makes sense, or like the older wrestlers. I think sometimes they look at it as in younger wrestlers have time, and honestly, when it comes to wrestling, you can't put a time on things because injuries happen, bigger stars come into play. And we see with AEW time and time again that when a new shiny tour come along, they'll hire them and they'll push you further down on the roster, if that makes sense. And we've seen that. We've seen that. So sometimes, even though I'm against it, I would have been, I think, for a while, at least, like a split of the brands would have worked out for certain wrestlers. It's not something that I necessarily care for, but I think it would have worked out for certain people. Honestly, I'm a match mark at heart. I love when wrestlers just duke it out with a storyline. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I miss Osprey and Swerve. Can't wait for them to return. I agree, but that showed y'all a flaw. I don't know if y'all, I know y'all feeling that obviously William and Swerve are not there. And the problem with that is that y'all realize with these two top guys not being there, especially two top baby faces being gone right now, then y'all realize that during that time they didn't bring anyone else up. And that's the problem. Like promoters, they had to anticipate that while we got these top guys, we have to anticipate that there might be injuries or something where those top guys can't perform. So now we have to have like kind of like plan B's off to the side just in case. So then since William and Swerve have been out, now we're realizing, top baby faces are gone. Now what? You know? And I think that was another thing too with Swerve and Will was that they were very close in storyline with Hangman. So now that Hangman's out here by himself, I think people are feeling, well, here's the word, y'all, underwhelmed with Hangman. I'm not underwhelmed with him per se. It's not him. I just feel like for a while they had that crutch of Will Ospreay and Swerve just being right there for Hangman with the whole Death Rider sting or whatever. And now that they're gone, it's like we're still trying to find a place for Hangman. And for whatever reason, it just feel like it's taking quite some time. So when Hangman and Moxley thing kind of finished off, and then they went to Kyle Fletcher, I was like, oh, that's kind of odd. um I don't want to say that it wasn't a good idea, but they took Kyle Fletcher away from the mid card title scene with the TNT title. And so far, Kyle Fletcher is still feuding with Mark Briscoe. Like they've been having a series of matches since late last year, and everyone else within that mid card scene are just sitting at home. They're sitting at home, not doing anything because Okada got the international and continental titles and not doing anything. So right now, the mid card scene is kind of frozen in a way. Nothing's really moving with that. I don't necessarily like that, but we do have next month the Continental Classic coming back, so y'all know y'all happy about that. Hopefully Okada, we love you, but um, if he lose, I'll be all right with that. I'll be all right with that. Tia said even if they want to make a short length story, I want that over not completing the story. Oh yeah, I agree. Something short is also better than not finishing. There's a lot of things that it's just like the whole thing with Mark Briscoe right now. Mark Briscoe, he's had moments where he's been close to getting towards the world title. And, Hangman was just like, hey, if you beat MJF, you'll get it. He didn't win the first time, but the second time he did beat MJF. And I felt like that should have earned him a title shot since they discussed that already. But instead, y'all threw him right back with Kyle Fletcher again. And that's kind of the reason why I want him to lose a match next week with Kyle Fletcher, have him join the Don Callis family. I don't know how well it's going to work out. But then at that point, y'all can develop Mark Briscoe as a heel and have him go against Hangman like he rightfully should. And as a heel, I would actually like that. I think that would be something different. Mark Briscoe is an amazing wrestler. And at this current time, it's just been a lot of I'm just hanging out with the conglomeration, whatever they're doing, I'm doing too. And I don't necessarily like that. I feel like there's like a curse over Orange Cassidy. Every time they put people with him, those people don't move anywhere. Look at Kyle O'Reilly, like no titles or nothing. Roderick Strong is barely in the group, but nothing's happening with him. Willow Nightingale. Like there's something about working with Orange Cassidy I feel like is like a dark cloud. I don't know. I don't know. We gotta move on. Jay Willie said I missed Rampage. I do too. The last episode actually wasn't bad, other than Hook unnecessarily beating Nick Wayne. I like the way that it ended, and I think that there was a potential to keep bringing it on. Now I do think that long term, now, the reason why they got rid of Rampage was because, they had the Ring of Honor going on. I don't know if you guys have ever been to shows where not only that they're filming, a Dynamite, but they're also filming a Rampage too, and then they're trying to do some Ring of Honor shit too. And it's like you gonna be there all night at these shows watching tapings and everything. And I think they was just like, you know what, let's get rid of Rampage, keep Ring of Honor, and just keep like any matches that we're taping around those shows just for Ring of Honor. In that aspect, it does make sense. I get it, but I wish they kept it. But the tapings itself was long. Like me, I'm not gonna complain. All right. When I get in there, I'm watching the dark matches. I'm watching y'all fold up that ring and take it to the truck. I don't got a problem with that. But other people, they got other things to do, and they probably don't want to sit there and watch wrestling for fucking 5 hours in total. It's not a problem for me, but most people are not into doing that. I wish the Rampage spot was given to Ring of Honor. I feel like the corporation only likes AEW, but not Ring of Honor. I agree. I agree. They could have had Ring of Honor, even if it was an hour. Like, we'll take it. We'll take it. As long as they were having the TV time, I think that would have been important. And when AEW did the deal with Warner Brothers, I was looking through and I was like, I don't see nothing about Ring of Honor. I don't see anything about it. And then obviously they didn't have a deal with Ring of Honor. To be honest, it's its own thing. Yes, it's under the AW umbrella, but it's still its own thing. And I guess they didn't want that. They didn't want that. But if they do improve with the quality of the shows, I think that the offer will be on the table at some point. I wish the brand split like theme stayed just a bit. Now with all these titles, I feel like it might be necessary. I agree with that. I agree with that. I wish they kept it for a little bit, see how it would have worked out. Um, well, with the titles, there's a lot of titles. There's a lot of titles. Like I said, like the titles, the mid card titles, not really moving like that. That's the problem. Nothing in terms of feuds going on. Yeah, Takeshita and Okada, something gonna come out of that. I don't know necessarily if it's going to be during the Continental Classic. I I personally long term don't care for it playing out during the Continental Classic, because if you guys are also watching New Japan, Takesha and Okada are both in the main event for Wrestle Kingdom in January, which is like, I want to say like a week after World's End. So we'll see how that plays out, but a lot of titles going on, and some people are not getting the TV time they deserve, and kind of splitting would have worked out even if it was for a little bit. That's right. Collision felt big and different from Dynamite, made people want to watch Collision for the people that didn't see on Dynamite. Absolutely. If y'all don't remember, Collision used to have like 20-minute plus main events. And I used to love that, because that's how I feel like main events should be. Main events should feel like your main attraction. And y'all can thank FTR. FTR was in a whole bunch of those matches, putting in the work. FTR, they be boring me on the mic, but their work ethic is insane. They're amazing in the ring. They had really great matches for the main event, and they used to do the opening once in a while. They remember to do like, like the pre-recorded promos from the wrestlers who were going to be in matches during that night. They used to do that every week, and then they stopped doing that, and they'll remember every few months to come back to it, whatever. And I just feel like little things like that is what keep people watching, is what keep people wanting to see, because you're offering something different from other promotions, or just different from your other show. And they tend to forget that, unfortunately. I don't know why they made certain changes that made their shows stand out. Robert said, I think TK should had All In before the Dynamite guys, and have All Out before. Oh, for the, oh, you mean like the pay per view, split the pay per view? Um, that's interesting, because honestly, I don't know how that would look, because they don't have a set people for Dynamite, and they don't necessarily have a set people for Collision. So it really depends on who are those guys on each show. I don't know how that would work out. I'm not sure. That would have been interesting though. Would have been interesting. Honestly, I think BFAB is incredibly talented, but they just stop and go with her. I wish they give more opportunities to showcase herself more and give her TV time to develop her character. This I agree with. I feel like this is a problem with a lot of women too, where it's very inconsistent with booking women. Um, that's an interesting point there. It's stop and go for a lot of girls. I don't know what makes it like that. Um in terms of WWE NXT, I feel like they have more girls than AEW Ring of Honor. I think I'm right about that. But overall, even when there are brand splits, you have to find a way to prioritize everyone, especially if you really want somebody on your roster. You know that they're going to give them more opportunities to be on TV, more opportunities to go for titles or go after some of the top competitors within those divisions. And sometimes I've always felt like, you know, BFAB, I don't know if they are as interested in her as the fans, unfortunately. Like the fans, we can be 100% invested and we want more out of these wrestlers, but if the company aren't pushing it, then we're not going to get that. And that's why I do what I do, to sit here and talk about these things, because the right person got to be listening and say that, okay, you know what, the fans, they actually do want that. We should do more. Like, I don't think that wrestling fans in particular don't realize that they have a lot of power. If you don't watch, if you don't buy, if you don't go to the shows, they have nothing. They have nothing. So I always tell people, like, be honest about what you're seeing and let them know what it is that you want. I remember years ago, WWE had this thing. I don't even know where it came from, but I was doing this for a really long time, where they used to send surveys to people about like specific storylines, and like they got really detailed in terms of like you giving your opinions on what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see, and whatever. And honestly, I mean, I do think that maybe at that time they kind of care what the fans wanted, but I feel like that's important to ask your fans like what they want. Like, even with me sitting here, like, it's important for somebody over there to be watching something like this, because here you all are on the chat, putting your opinions about what you want to see, what you don't like, and they forget that without the audience, without our support, they have nothing. Y'all can get them little contracts from the network, but if y'all not pushing the numbers, if y'all not pushing the merch and getting people's asses in those venues, then you have nothing, you know? And I feel like they should be listening to fans more. If I was a promoter, I would be pulling people aside after every show and say, hey, baby, what did you like tonight? What didn't you like? What is it that you want to see? And that's what I would have done. And I don't really see that. Even when I go to independent shows, I don't see promoters asking people that. If you want people to support, if you want more support from people, then you have to ask your audience what they like. I'm not sitting here saying that every time somebody tell you something that's what you should do, but you have to keep in consideration what are people liking and what they're not liking overall, to give people a better product to enjoy. And women's wrestling, I feel like there's definitely been improvements with how women's wrestling has been displayed, like in the past, like 2 3 years. But it's not where it should be. Not where it should be. Hey Sandman, how are you? How are you? I saw you was live last night for Blood and Guts. I didn't get a chance to check you out. Let's see. Every time I hear TB time, now I cringe. Thanks, Chris. Well, oh man. Well, I mean, it is true. That term is a term that you can use. Like, people do need that time. And to go back to, like, anybody been talking about a situation with Tegan Knox and her girlfriend, about how they end up walking away. I don't know what happened. I'm not a rumor type of person, so I haven't really spoke on it because I don't know. but based off what she said, because they went live on Twitch, and according to them, they had an idea for their match that they wanted to do. They were told that they only had, what, I think 3 minutes, and they felt like the idea that they wanted to incorporate in that match, that 3 minutes wasn't enough time for them to do what they wanted to do. And I understand you wanting to give your opinions, but like, you don't work there. They're giving you national TV time where hundreds of thousands of people are watching. I would not have said anything. Personally, I would have been like, oh, 3 minutes? All right, let me get my hair done. Let me get my gear right and be on TV for 3 minutes. Apparently they did, according to her, she said that there was no hard feelings or whatever. And since they, I guess, not willing to do what they wanted them to do, that they were just like, well, y'all can go if y'all not gonna, do what we are asking you to do. Like, I do feel like it is important for, if you get an opportunity, because you never know when you're gonna get these opportunities again. And I think that they probably messed that up by saying that, hey, we want to do XYZ. They ruined that for themselves. So at the end of the day, they did put their foot in their mouths, but the TV time would have been so important for them. It really would have been important if they just went out there and just had their little 3 minutes. They had that match with Marina and Megan the week before. That was basically a squash opportunity for them, and obviously they lost. And then to have another opportunity, and y'all sitting here talking about, well, we should do XYZ. If they shouldn't have done that, because there are a lot of girls sitting there would love to have a couple of minutes on national television. So they ruin that for themselves. And think of it this way too. Now there are people who are on the AEW roster who are not getting any TV time at all, and y'all were gonna get 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and y'all fucked it up. So yeah, TV time is really important. The Philly shows, they tape 2, 3 shows, and this economy. I'm not wasting my money. I'm watching everything. Hey, everything. That's what I do too. I always go to a show and I'm watching everything. Like, I'm literally that person who, like, I find wrestling in all aspects to be really interesting. So like, I'll be watching them take down the ring and getting shit together for the shows, and like, all that stuff is interesting to me. Other people, they want to be in and out, and I find that whole thing to just be entertaining. I absolutely love it. So I'm getting my money's worth. I pay a lot of money to be here. I'm gonna watch everything. Absolutely. Most people think Cross would fit in AEW. I disagree. I feel like he would bring a storytelling element to Ring of Honor. But IDK, what do you think? Well, we are full. Y'all know that we're full in AEW. If I were to bring anybody for anything, Ring of Honor would be the first stop. Um, who got the Ring of Honor World Title? Oh, Bandito. That's an Bandito, he has a world title, but like, I feel like I constantly forget that he is a Ring of Honor world champion because he's like almost never there. I don't want to say I would have put the world title on Cross, but if Cross and Starlet had something interesting enough for the fans to get behind, he can move his way up there. I'm afraid, personally, when I thought about this, I thought that he would be lost in the shuffle, like Malachi Black, like the whole thing that they did with Brody, Malachi, and Buddy. What's the name of that group again? I felt like they would probably go that route with them, if that makes sense, Um, I don't know if Cross would be a great fit, because sometimes it's not just about what the wrestlers have to offer, it's what the company itself are willing to do with the wrestler and their character. So I don't know how they would book them, but I imagine it being something like what they were doing with damn, what's the name of that group again, with Malachi and them. I imagine it was going to be something like that. I would give it an opportunity to see where it goes. You never know. I wouldn't just be throwing people onto like a Dynamite or a Collision in terms of being a big name. Now, Carrion has been wrestling for a long time, but I don't feel like I would throw him in like a dynamite or something. I don't think I would have done that. Like when the Hurt Syndicate and them came, that's different. That is different, putting them on dynamite and even eventually putting titles on them. Carrion, I don't know where I would have thrown him at. But Ring of Honor would definitely be a start. Salmon said, peace to the chat. What's goody, y'all? It's almost Friday, you bums. Yes, almost Friday. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I just want to just get out of work and just roll onto my bed and not move at all. At all. It's been an interesting week of wrestling. Another thing too that I didn't talk about was the situation with what's his name again? Rich Holland. I y'all might think what I'm gonna say is so insensitive, but like I'm at the point where I feel like it was this not maybe like a scam a little bit. It feel like it was a little bit of a scam. When you have okay, so first of all, I get it. When you go to NXT, you get less than being on the main roster. I get that. And obviously he was injured or whatever, so he was taking a lesser pay. And for when I understand, he was like a week or so away from his contract running out by the time that they let him go. And what was interesting about that was people felt bad for him. And when he went and tweeted something about that he couldn't afford his mortgage or whatever, I was just like the first thing I thought, and like I said, this might sound insensitive. I was like, bro, where's your money at? Where's your money at? Now I'm not trying to say like you should be rich or anything. You've had your time working in WWE. Yeah, you went to NXT, you took a pay cut, but this is the thing when it comes to wrestling that I feel like a lot of promoters made well not promoters itself but like promotions don't do is they don't teach how to what's that word, like they don't teach wrestlers how to deal with money financially in a way to secure themselves. Like let's be honest, if you got hit with a deal contract for like 500K or whatever, some of y'all are gonna get like a $400,000 house or some shit like that because like y'all spending money that y'all never had before, and I totally get that. And it gave that vibe that yeah, I've made the money, but I lived above my means. And when I say something like that, is that people don't realize that while I have it today, I might not have it tomorrow. And this is something that a lot of promotions should be teaching wrestlers is that hey, you're in one day and you can be out the next. Not even just losing your contract, but like if you get injured, then what? Then what? Are you going to continue to get paid? Are you going to get paid the way you were getting paid? So when he said that thing about his mortgage, I thought that was kind of strange because it was like, bro, like they just let you go and like that same day or next day you're already complaining about your mortgage. What has happened? you know and here they end up having a GoFundMe for him to raise money for his funds, and he did say that the company was paying for like his medical situations from his injury, so that's a good sign because I know that's a lot of money in America. But then he goes on to have this GoFundMe, and after a few days he go on to say, oh, I didn't know that there was a GoFundMe for my family. And I was like, wait, what? How did that happen? How well I know that like other people can open a GoFundMe account for on behalf of someone else. But I think he wasn't telling the truth by saying that he didn't know. And he did kind of get caught in a lie because before saying he didn't know, he was retweeting like from another dirt sheet tweet about the GoFundMe. And then he went on, I think the next day to say, I did not know. And I was like, what is going on? And he said, well, somebody had open this account for me. Come to find out, that person is his mother. His mother. And I was like, what? And his response was that he didn't need it and that he was going to donate the money to charity. So if you did not need it and people are donating to you because they felt like you were in some kind of financial crisis, why would you be donating that money to charity when you can refund people the money back if you don't need it? So that was his response. And people are really upset about it because they felt like he's kind of scamming them. And I just feel like this is one of those situations where it's just like, what was it that you had this money? Like, I'm not in the man's pocket or whatever, but like nobody's anticipating that they'll be hurt or that they won't have this job forever. Y'all seen the recent years of people losing their jobs, getting released and stuff like that, and you didn't put money onto the side? I think that's insane. Absolutely insane that it had to come to this point, you know? I don't know what people are doing. Blood and Guts definitely was on point tonight. Oh, last night. I wasn't only mind. It wasn't only a mindless massacre. They advanced some storylines and characters too. Good job, Tika. It was good. It was good. Actually, WWE has a financial program class. We spoke about it at the table. Well, that's interesting because you can still teach somebody something and they go on and do whatever the fuck they want to do anyway. But I do think that that's still important. I mean, maybe WWE has that, maybe AEW, I don't know. But I feel like a lot of people don't put that into play. So even if they did get some type of financial management classes or whatnot to be able to spend their money wisely, that obviously wasn't the case. So unfortunately, whatever situation is, it just came off looking really weird that all of a sudden he's like, hey, I'm gonna donate the money. People who barely has earned anything close to what he's earned had donate to him. Some wrestlers had donate. I seen Chelsea Green had put a monthly contribution of $1,000, and now you're talking about donating it to charity. Run me my shit back. Run my shit back. If you don't need it, no. No, it don't work like that. Do you think Ring of Honor get more eyes if they were to air on YouTube? Ooh, that's a good question. I get asked this a lot. Yes. The answer to that is yes. Um and I have wondered why they have not done this. So the past few months, like throughout the summer, they had some special YouTube episodes, and in terms of views, they did well. But that was, I think they did that only to encourage people to say like, "Hey, watch our show. You want to see more of this? Well, here's the Honor Club. Spend your little $10 and come watch us. Over on the app." So I think they were doing that to promote the show, but I do feel like maybe, look, I don't know how much money they make with the app because honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm the only person watching this. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Sometimes I really do. But I don't know how much people are actually watching. And if there are more people paying for the app than people that would actually watch on YouTube, which I really don't believe would be the case, because I do think more people will watch for free than to pay for the show, because that's just obviously how the world works. I would put it on YouTube. They would make the money with the ads. If they need to get sponsorships or whatever to make more money, they can do that and maybe make more money on the on YouTube. I think that's a route to go, but I do think that if they're doing that, that maybe they're looking at it from a financial aspect. And since I don't know those numbers, I don't know. But I do feel like more people will watch for free than to pay for the Honor Club. Sandman said he ain't donate that shit to charity. Dude capping. That's the thing. We don't know what he's going to do with the money. I don't even know if you can actually verify what somebody does with a GoFundMe account. Now we have definitely heard of GoFundMe scams. So I don't know if there's a way to confirm. If anything, he can say like I donated and show a check or something, I don't know, to some type of charity or whatever, and the amount of whatever people donate. He said, when he said he didn't know, he said that I'm going to get the GoFundMe taken down in 24 hours. Bitch, what you mean 24 hours? If this really isn't something that you need, take care of that shit right now and refund everybody their money. So what you mean charity? I thought that was very strange. This is why I don't donate to these things. Like I'm telling y'all, I don't donate at all. Because one, people be lying, and then two, you never truly know what somebody's going through. So like I found the part that bothered me is when he said he didn't know and that somebody had opened this GoFundMe thing. And it comes to find out that it was your mom. So you didn't know your mom would do this for you at any point. Like she didn't tell you. This was a surprise or some shit. Like it's really strange. So now, people think he's scamming or whatever. Whatever situation is, y'all, when it comes to money, I know money makes the world go round. You get a little check and you wanna, splurge and all that stuff, but you have to be thinking about tomorrow. You gotta be thinking about next year. You gotta be thinking about 2 years down the line because you never know where you're gonna be at that point. And that's why I say like these money management classes for wrestlers, is absolutely needed. What was your top five AW matches so far this year? Ooh, that's a good one. Definitely. Okay, well, we're talking AW only. Um, Takeshita, Okada, and Mascara Dorada, they tore that shit up. Um, Maybe this one might be a little underrated, but um, dang, was the one with the other three way with William, Takeshita, and Ricochet. Well, no, that was not this year. That was last year, wasn't it? That might have been last year. Never mind. I think that was last year. Never mind. That was last year. I think last year Wrestle Dream. I think. All right, that's not this year. What's another one? Okay, probably my favorite tag team match in AEW this year. Young Bucks versus William and Swerve. I think that's definitely. I don't know if I would say the best, but definitely one of the best for sure in terms of tag team matches so far. Um, I have not gotten a chance to really think about it. Let me see. What's another one? Um, Tony and Mariah. I enjoyed that, and I thought it was the perfect way to end a feud and get rid of Mariah. That's another thing too. They sent her home packing in a really great way, and to hear some of the things that she said about AEW, like her run in AEW, phenomenal. If you really look at it, because a lot of girls have been there since day one and never got anything close to what Mariah had. So that was another great match. Also on that same show, William and Fletcher in the cage match. That's another good one. Did I say five already? I don't remember if I said five, but that's another good one. Takeshita and William. Damn, what? No, was that? That might have been last year. Takeshita and William. They had. No, that was last year. Never mind. I think that was last year. I was about to say William and Darby, but that was last year too. That was so good. That match with William and Darby was the first time in a long time I felt like I seen Darby Allin the wrestler. But that was last year. That was last year. Um this year, what else happened this year? Um Hangman and Monks. Ooh. Hangman and Monks. It's a little iffy for me. I don't think I would put that in top 5. I don't think I would put that top 5. I There was a lot of shenanigans. I think it was a little too much shenanigans for me. I think the match was great, but I don't think I would put that. I don't think I would put that. Yeah, Fletcher. I think the Osprey and Takeshita was last year. That wasn't this year. Um, I don't know. So that was another good one too. Who? What else was good? What else was good? All in. Oh well, Mercedes and Tony. I like that. I didn't hear enough people talking. I didn't hear enough people talking about that. But I did enjoy that in terms of like the women's matches. That I did enjoy. Um, what's another one? What's another one? Megan has done well this year too, but a one-on-one match though, I don't know if I would say that for this year. Probably not. I need to think more of that because, like, when I think of a lot of great matches, I honestly think a lot of CMLL matches come to mind. A lot of New Japan matches come to mind. So I have a mix of matches that I have seen from various promotions, and this is why I try to encourage people to watch other promotions too because like the wrestling outside of AEW is absolutely insane. But those are the only ones I could think of right now. I did have a list somewhere on my phone. I'll take a look at it later. But I think like at the end of the year, I'll probably like write down something. Maybe we could talk at the end of the year on a live stream about what we enjoyed this year, like with categories or whatever. And I was gonna think too, like what has been the best pay-per-view this year for AEW? That's another one too. AEW, I can't think of a bad pay-per-view from them ever. None of them were ever bad to me. Obviously, some are better than others. But I would have to go back and look at certain things for sure. Fletcher is here. Hey, Fletch, how are you? My top AEW match this year is Swerve and Osprey. Oh, well, that's a good choice too, man. Swerve and Osprey, they have done so well over like the past year or so. And they definitely moved up in terms of popularity for the company. They got injured at the wrong, I mean, it's never a good time to be injured, obviously, but like for both of them to be out at the same time, I think has put a hit on AEW. And that's why I was saying, like, if they had built up other baby faces to come right on up right after them, then it wouldn't have felt like so much of a big problem. That's why people are missing them a lot so far. Top AEW matches this year, probably Osprey Hangman, Owen Finals. Oh, what was the Owen Finals again? Owen Finals, that was oh yes, Owen Finals. There we go. Why am I thinking Continental Classic? Yeah, that was another good one too. Hangman and Mox at All In, Fletcher and Osprey Steel Cage. Yeah, that right there, one of my favorite matches. That might have been the best match that they ever had with each other. Maybe. That was a really good one. That was the night. Um, there was another really good one that night too. I know it was a steel cage match, Mariah and Tony, and something else. And that was the pay-per-view with Uncle Adam and Moxley, was it? Was it not? Yo, let me tell you something. I feel like we've seen a million matches this year, and it's kind of hard to remember when they happened, but there was something that night that was like three matches stole the show. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Fletcher and Hangman, another banger. Yeah, that was a good one too. I don't think it was necessarily needed because it really didn't go anywhere after that. Because then here is Hangman going with Samoa Joe, which I do love Joe. So we went the right direction with that. But I will say that I don't see how it helped Kyle Fletcher long term because now he's back with get into it with Mark Briscoe. So, even when they have great matches, um, the payoff have to be just as good too. So, Kyle Fletcher, they could be doing more. They could be doing more with him. Where are we? The best match in AEW that I've seen was 2024 AEW Revolution Osprey and Takeshita. If someone asks you why you love that match, why you love wrestling, show that match. That's a really great option. Really great option. I agree with that. By the way, Megan was absolutely amazing last night. Besides Sky Bloody Blue and Marina Nuts Shapir, oh, they did really well. They did really well. That's definitely one of the best matches for the women's this year too. I don't know if I would put that like top five, but it was different. Absolutely different compared to what we've been seeing. Another match that could have had potential that I feel like they didn't go all the way with was Mercedes and Athena for the Owen. Like I felt like something was missing that people were expecting from that match. I was like, oh, this is gonna be like the best women's match all year, and it just did not hit the mark for me. They'll have an opportunity to go against each other again for sure, for sure. Um, the match with Hurt Syndicate and the Man a few weeks ago was great. Now they've done really well too. I think I've enjoyed the Hurt Syndicate more outside of them being tag champions. Something about them showing vulnerability and actually being a feud. Like they really wasn't feuding with anybody when they were champions. No, actually that's not true. They were feuding with MJF. MJF, who's obviously not in a tag team. That was going on and that went nowhere. That right there is a definition of starting something and pulling the plug. I know is going to continue if MJF get the world title or Bobby. So they'll continue it at some point. But like it felt like, oh, we're going somewhere with MJF. MJF basically begging to be part of the Hurt Syndicate. And then he gets there and it just seemed like almost immediately they got him out. I don't know what that was about. I don't know. I don't know. Kenny versus Ricochet and Speedball. That's a little underrated gem. It is. It is. That's a good one too. When I say top five, mm, no, I probably would not say top five. Anyway, I was telling you guys earlier about the Dropkick act where you can rate wrestling matches. If y'all go over there, y'all can see what people are looking at in terms of matches or whatever. There's just been a lot of great things, not just in AEW, but this one right here a little underrated. It wasn't. Oh, hold on. Now this is not an AEW match, but still the best match that I've seen this year is Kenneth Omega versus Gabe Kidd at Wrestle Dynasty this year. That is still the best match that I have seen. um y'all, I don't know if y'all seen that, but that was amazing. Kenny Omega gave y'all everything he had this year in that match, literally on the fourth day of the new year, and I have not seen that Kenny Omega since. That's still my favorite match that I've seen this year. Maybe it's hard to say the best match, but definitely my favorite match that I've seen this year for sure. Absolutely. It's difficult to choose a match when basically every AEW match is nuts. Yeah, it is difficult. It really is. Maybe it might be easier to break it down with like with men and women and then break it down. Probably no, I was gonna say per title, but not every banger was like for a title. So that's another thing too. Like with AEW, you don't have to expect a title to be in the picture in order for the match to be fucking amazing. So that's another thing too. That's why people love AEW. The matches are typically really great, really great. Top three AEW tag matches. What's the one I said earlier? William and Young Bucks. Yeah, that the tag titles were not on the line for that, and they fucking killed it. That might have been the best AEW tag match this year. Other than that, hmm, other than that, I've enjoyed Brodito as a team. All right, this one might be a little underrated. Outrunners versus FTR. I believe this was on a collision. Y'all have to go back and watch that match to appreciate it for what it is. Um Maybe it might not be top three. I'll have to look through, but that's definitely one of the most memorable tag matches for me so far, at least within AEW. I really felt like that match should have put um Outrunners back on the map. And for whatever reason, it actually didn't, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I don't know why it didn't, but it definitely showed people like outrunners are just not out here just playing games. They do be playing around, but they looked freaking amazing. FTR, no matter what they do, they always look good. Even the match with Adam and Christian, um, well, it wasn't the best, but FTR are great workers. How about that? How about that? If I had to choose one AEW pay per view to watch every year, it'd be AEW Revolution. So okay, I will say consistently, Revolution has been one of the top pay per views of the year. Every year. I can't think of a bad Revolution. Honestly, I can't think of a bad one. Oh wait, hold on. I think 2023 was 2023 the one that they had Anarchy in the Arena, Elite and what was it Elite and BCC, I think. If I'm not mistaken, that's the is that the Revolution where they had the four pillar four way? If it's that one, that pay per view didn't do that well to me. I thought they had some good stuff on there, but if that's the one from 2023, then that wasn't their best. I felt like that night they should have prioritized that whole four pillar situation because like first of all the world title was involved, that's one, and then when you have that and not prioritize it so y'all can have some hood rap match at the end to close out the show, I felt like that was a mistake. And this is, I feel, I'm not gonna blame it on this match particularly, but uh, examples like that shows you why these young cats like, well, MJF, he's had a lot of success, but like Sammy and Jackson Perry and Darby can't get to that ceiling like MJF has hit. When you're just like, well, the world title is here, but we got Brian Danielson, we got Claudio, we got the Elite Kenny and them in Anarchy in the Arena or whatever, and y'all took away that moment from these young guys. That was an amazing match. Another underrated match. That should have been prioritized. Should have been prioritized. I'm a huge on taking the young talent and trying to build them up because like I said, look at it now. Sammy Guevara is on Ring of Honor barely. Jackson Perry, what happened to Jackson Perry? Well, he was out for a little bit. Um, hmm, he was out for a little bit. Darby, Darby was hurt. Darby climbed that mountain too. It just hasn't really been like consistent. But I will say for for Darby, they tend to kind of keep him around the top people. But I personally, I don't know if y'all gonna agree. I don't see like when I think of a future world title holder, I don't throw out Darby Allin's name because I don't see it for him. Now, the company could just put it on him because that's what they like, but I don't see it for him. Oh, you said it was double or nothing? Okay, so it wasn't Revolution, it was double or nothing. Oh, wait, hold on. I say was it double or nothing or Revolution for the Four Pillars match? Something like that. I don't know. That's like I said, it's one of those things where it's like sometimes you have to if you want to make stars, you have to make people care about those people. So when you prioritize these veterans over the young guys, then people are going to also see it that way too. Like if that's how you giving it to me, that's how I'm going to take it. So that when you have a world title match that y'all throwing in second to last or wherever else on the card, other than your main event, you're also showing people that this is not as important as some hood rap match, Anarchy in the Arena, whatever the hell that was that they were doing. And I personally don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. If your biggest prize in the company cannot be your main event, there is a problem. There is a problem. I totally get it that those stars are bigger than a Darby or a MJF or Sammy or Jackson Perry. But you, as a promoter, have the opportunity to make people want that over these veterans. And I don't think they took an opportunity to go for that. I don't think they did. Agreed in that Osprey steel cage, in my opinion, cemented Fletcher position in AW, made him definitely stronger. I agree. I agree. We can put Bandito versus Takeshita Ring of Honor. Oh my god. Well, I didn't say that because he said AEW. But if we're gonna include Ring of Honor, that was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I would say that that was one of the best matches that I've ever seen live. They that the chemistry was absolutely amazing. I wanted a big story with them, but they didn't go that route leading into that pay-per-view. But the match, holy shit, it's like this is the type of shit you be dreaming about. Takesha and Bandito did an amazing a match. Definitely. mm, Hold on, can I see your next comment? You said Bandito and Hichiseno. um Ooh, that's a really tough one. Would I put though either one of those in my top 10? Oh my god. Well, which one of those were better? That is a very hard one. First of all, Bandito has been killing it this year. It would be nice to see him on Ring of Honor though. But he's been killing it this year. These two are definitely, if it ain't top 10, maybe top 15 of what I've seen so far this year. Um I don't know which one of the two were better, but I feel like the match with Takesha definitely put Bandito on everybody's radar for sure, because everybody was, because he was gone for a long time with a injury. Then he came back and he got hurt that same moment he came back, and then he came back again and trying to find his way within the company. And I think that was the match where everybody's just like, holy shit, Bandito is not playing around. That was a tremendous match. Definitely one of not just my favorite, but one of the best matches this year. Bandito and Hechiseto, the first one I thought was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the fact that I think they still have it on the Ring of Honor YouTube channel. It might still be there for anybody who wants to see, but they were tremendous. Absolutely tremendous in that. The second one took place in CMLL. I think it was good, but it wasn't better than the first one. Another one that also happened. How did I forget this one? First of all, Bandito and Mascara Dorada, the second one, the one that they did in Collision a couple of weeks ago. Oh, so good. Oh my god. Oh my god, amazing. If you didn't see the one they did in CMLL, I think back in like June or something like that, that was really good, really, really good. And I wasn't sure that they was going to be able to top that, and they absolutely did on Collision. So if y'all didn't see either one of those two, that was amazing. Um, Another one, CMLL, MJF, Mystico, that was good. Um, Damn, there's another one that I'm missing. There's another one I'm missing that's a tag match from CMLL. Um, it's gonna come back to me. It's gonna come back to me. Let me see. This year, I keep thinking of a lot of 2024 matches. Um, I'm gonna have to go look at my list. I got a little list that I have been keeping track of some matches. Rumors is that Jay White MJF will return before the end of the year, less than 2 months. Do you think MJF returns and bring Hammerstone with him? That MLW segment they had. Well, that would be interesting. Um, I don't know if he will bring it. Honestly, I feel like MJF works better alone. MLW and AEW, they don't be working together though. Um, this one I don't know. I would love to see Jay White. Jay White, he been gone way too long. MJF, if you don't come back this year, I'm all right. I'm all right. If you don't, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I think Jay will be the first. Oh, AEW. Oh, hold on. Now that you mentioned that, if Jay White returned at that match, I'm losing my shit. I'm fucking losing my shit. And if he won, holy shit, that would be amazing. I don't know though. I don't know. We haven't heard like not even a word about Jay White and his injury, so I don't even know really what's going on with that. But that would be great. But low key, if he don't come back, I'm actually hoping Ricochet win. We don't even need this title, that's for sure. But I'm hoping Ricochet for sure. Mercedes been killing it all year. Absolutely. Even way before that. Even way before that. I think she's had amazing matches. Another really great match that Mercedes had. The New Japan strong women's title. This is where she lost the title. She had a match with Mina Shirakawa, three way with Mina and Azumi. Azumi ends up taking the win, and she took the title in that three way. That was really good. That was really good. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't say that was the best women's match, but definitely one of Mercedes' best matches that she's had this year for sure. Do you agree with the PWI women, Tom, Mercedes, and Tony? Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. Not just because of the matches, but like I think it's important, like the difference that they have made in pro wrestling for women. They have absolutely been at the top of women's wrestling, and I think they got that right. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see the list, but one and two, if I was gonna guess, those would be the top two for me too. So they got that right. Every Young Bucks tag match this year has been great. Yeah, they are great. Absolutely great. I'm glad that they didn't. Hmm. I'm glad that they are not like winning. I'm glad that they're kind of like in that loser thing that they got going on right now, because it gives opportunities for other teams to work with them and be able to, you know, come up by working with them. So I think that works out. But I did say earlier that I do think that they're trying to work their way to getting back with Kenny. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that right now. Four pillar, wondering when the forgotten pillar gets pushed again, wondering if Guevara dethrones Bandito. Hell no, hell no. I don't see that happening. Not Sammy Guevara. I mean, yeah, he had the tag titles with Dustin, and people liked him because he was with Dustin. I He hasn't made a name for himself by himself, not even as a heel yet, to work his way from for getting the title from Bandito. I'm gonna say no on that. But like right now, because there's a lack of Bandito actually being on the show, it can go anywhere right now. It can go anywhere right now. So I can't say no, but would I want to see Guevara dethroning Bandito? It's a no for me. It's a no for me. Could you recommend some legendary New Japan matches? I'm knowledgeable, but I'm new. I feel like I'm new too. I feel like I got serious into New Japan like a little bit before last year. So I'm still discovering things too. There's a lot going on with New Japan right now. They've had a really great year. I will say it is, if you're okay with just watching matches, I could definitely come back to you with a list of matches for sure. But I will say this, that their best, oh, my battery just died. Their best matches are matches that have long gone and came and gone. This is a problem right now with New Japan because a lot of their big names have gone over to AEW. So like people like Okada, Kenny Omega has had legendary matches. Okada, Tanahashi, who's still there, and he's going to be retiring in January. Um, if you want to get into New Japan, I'll come up with a list, or maybe I'll do a video about it for some matches if people want to get into it. But right now, we do have a little bit of a problem with New Japan. We need stars. We need stars, and they're there, but I don't think that they got the star treatment. Like the ones that would grab the international fans are gone. Jay White gone. Okada gone. Okada will be at Wrestle Kingdom in January. He's going to go against our president Tanahashi. Um, Takesha over there, but he is Japanese, so I don't know if I would count that as international. Um, who else is gone? Dang, there was another one I was about to say. I wouldn't have necessarily count Eddie Kingston, not necessarily. Um, Kenny Omega, whenever he feel like popping up, he'll come in here and there. But right now, I recommend it right now, but their best is definitely behind them. I kind of feel shitty for saying that, but I think we're working on it. We're working on it to make it better. He said I'd say the four pillars for All In and 2023, not Double or Nothing. Since the Continental Classic is gonna come to the it is to the UK. Do y'all think you'll get talent from the UK taking the W, or who y'all have taking a W? UK Continental, Zack Sabre Jr. would be wild. Oh, that would be wild. Now y'all know I would love that. Zack Sabre Jr. Oh my god, he's so fucking. Y'all know I love him. I don't know. I don't know. I would be cool with them at least picking one person. They could use Gabe. They could use Gabe if they need somebody from the UK. Michael Oku is another one too they could use. But if they did use somebody from the UK, I don't see them winning. Wait, hold on. William? No, William, no, he's not coming. He's not gonna make that. Pack. Pack is from the UK. Do y'all see him in the Continental Classic? I don't that's a good one. I mean, if they're gonna use somebody who's like with AW, Pack is a good option. If they want to use somebody from the UK that will not win, then Gabe Kidd is a good option too. I agree. Tati Darby is not world championship material. I do feel bad for saying it because he's popular, but I don't. I just don't see him carrying the company. I don't see it. Being popular is not. It's not the same as being. Oh God, how do I say this? I guess you could say it's not the same as top guy material. Like you can be selling the merch, you can be popular amongst the fans, but how are you carrying the company? I feel like this is a little bit of an issue, kind of like Hangman is kind of in that situation right now because people are kind of looking at the situation like for based on what I've been seeing, a lot of people are not enjoying Hangman as champion. I don't want to say that he's not champion material. The first time he was champion, I feel like it wasn't a fair run for him because he was champion at a really bad time. He was champion when CM Punk came over there and all y'all was drooling over Punk. And that took away heavily from Hangman's title reign. So in a situation like that, now we're running it back with him being champion, and now I feel like the problem is he not he not with the maybe he not with the right. Hold on. The feuds are not big enough. They're not big enough for him right now. The biggest feud that he could have possibly been in, he already was in with John Moxley as the top heel of the company. So you went through that and you got a title from him. Now you're looking at other heels that he can go against. And it's like, Samoa Joe, yeah, he a heel, but who hates Joe? Nobody hates Joe. Like if Joe were to beat Hangman, nobody would be mad about it. So now who else y'all got that y'all could put to go against Hangman in a feud? I'm not just saying a match, a feud, a top heel. There is no one else. There's no one else a bigger heel than Moxley right now. So they shouldn't even run it back. I don't know where they can go with it, but having a heel for them to work with, for Hangman would make him look like a better champion right now. And they already used that person, and that's John Moxley. So I don't know what more we can do. Fletcher said, but I love to see names like Pank, Josh Alexander, Fletcher, Hechiseto, Claudio, Knight, Ace Austin, and more during the Continental Classic. I'm going to take out Claudio. We don't need Claudio in that. I always thought that the Continental Classic should be for mid carders. Like Claudio is a top performer to me. Like he don't need that. I don't think he need that. But then again, he hasn't won a singles title in AEW, which is crazy to me when you think about it. Um Kyle Fletcher, he don't need it. It would be cool if he won one, but he don't need that right now. Josh Alexander, yes, I would say Josh because I feel like if you're not familiar with Josh, you haven't probably felt like you've seen much of him in AEW. Unfortunately, I think I've seen better matches out of him. And like in Maple Leaf, I don't know if any of you guys watch Maple Leaf, but he's currently their champion, and I've seen better from him there, displayed as a star than in AEW right now. Like, let's be real. Like he's in Don Callis family. There's a million people in that group, and he has to break out from that and stand out for his own. And so far that hasn't happened yet. I think if he's in the Continental Classic, that would help. Hechi Sato, I'm cool with that. Kevin Knight, hell yeah. Speedball would have been another one. Ace Austin needs it. Now, I'm not saying he should win, but he needs it. That match he had with Kyle Fletcher the other day, Lord have mercy. Absolutely amazing. I feel like that was the match that he needed. I know it seemed like it came out of the blue for him to go for the TNT title, but that's what he needed because up until that point, like, he hasn't done that much to really stand out. And I think that match absolutely helped him. Who else could be in it? Well, Ricochet is another one. If he don't win that title, the gauntlet match, then he can be in that. Who's another one? All right, low key. I don't know if y'all gonna agree with this one. Dante Martin is an amazing singles wrestler. I would put him on there. I would put him on there. If they're not doing anything with Scorpio Sky, who's never doing anything anyway, they could put him on there. I don't want it to be like all the people who's been there before. You know, like let's give some other people an opportunity. Maybe I would try. Well, you know what? Forget it. I was gonna say Danny Garcia. Never mind. Never. Oh well, Wheeler Yuta's never done it. Wheeler Yuta could be in there. He's young. He's not really doing anything. He can be in there. Well, hold on. Somebody from the Don Callis family. Who else is over there? Don Callis family. Um, I don't know. Don Callis family. I don't know about Orange Cassidy. Y'all want to see Orange Cassidy in the Continental Classic? You know what? Never mind. I'll pass on that one. Never mind. Never mind. Roderick and Kyle O'Reilly ain't doing a motherfucking thing. Put them on there. I would love to see either Roddy or Kyle, or Kyle O'Reilly. Now, I would say this: y'all know that right now Roderick is not seeing 100% eye to eye with Kyle because that little conglomeration foolishness that they in. Now they could have had them on opposite sides of the bracket, one in blue, one in gold, and have those two at the finals. Like the story is there. Like they've been friends forever. They're not really seeing eye to eye. And Roderick and Kyle O'Reilly at the finals Continental Classic would fucking rule. I would totally be cool with seeing some shit like that. I don't know if they would go that route, but they're not doing much with them. So I would be okay with seeing that. My only thing is with the Continental Classic, I don't know. I know this sounds crazy. I don't know that the company is actually ready to take that title off of Okada. But if they did, Okada would still at least have the international title because it wouldn't be unified anymore, right? Something like that. Something like that. Robert said, I think the four pillars should do another four way for a number one contender match at some point. Honestly, I think we're past that. I'm not gonna lie. I think we passed that because after all that time that passed, the only person that truly has had a lot of success is only MJF. Like I said, Darby, he popular, but nothing big has happened for him ever since. Sammy Guevara, that's another thing. Um, and Jackson Perry, I don't know. We can. I don't. I think we probably passed that. I don't know if that's gonna work out. The four pillar thing, it had potential. I think the company itself gave up on that whole concept anyway. So I don't know. Probably too late to do that. Darby is world champ material. Yes, dude is more world champ than half of that locker room. Dude is AEW. He is AEW, but being popular is not just enough. It's not just enough. I don't know. I need to see more out of Darby before we get to that point. He's a daredevil. People like somebody with fucking big balls. Obviously, people like somebody who's gonna take the risk, and he's definitely have put himself out there as like that AEW guy. He said he was gonna die for AEW. I remember that. He put the flag of AEW on Mount Everest. So yes, he is that guy, but is he championship material to be the very top guy of the company? I just have not seen that yet. A lot of times I see Darby, I feel like I'm not even watching wrestling. I feel like I'm just seeing a guy throwing himself around, everybody else is throwing him around. Like I want to see more of a wrestler out of him. I don't feel like I see that often with Darby. So I don't know. I don't know. And a day that Darby gets the main one, he's gonna get a huge pop. Darby is AEW. I mean, I hear you on that, but it's popularity. That's all that is. I don't think that's enough. I don't think it's enough. Uh, Robert said, I don't see it, brother Fletch. Just my opinion. Darby ain't even turned heel yet. I don't think he has to. I don't think he has to turn heel. There are people I feel like should probably never turn either from babyface to a heel or vice versa. I don't think he actually had to do that. And he could spend his whole career as a babyface and he'll be just fine. I think he'll be just fine. I just don't know about him having the world title. Not anytime soon, actually. I kind of see Darby the way Jeff was seen in WWE when he first got to WWE title, but Darby is in a higher position, in my opinion. When someone asks you what AEW, Darby's immediately come to mind. Yeah, I mean, I hear you with the Jeff Hardy comparison, but Jeff have not just been a daredevil. Like you've seen him wrestle, and that's the difference with Darby. When everything you see him do, it's a lot of him taking big risks and big spots and shit. And we don't see Darby Allin the wrestler. Go back to that match that he had with William for the Continental Classic, and y'all see what I'm talking about. And then the next week, this dude was being thrown around like a rag doll by Claudio Castagnoli, and I was like, this is not even the same dude. It's insane. It's different. Like when Darby Allin go out there and wrestle, it's not the same. Like when y'all see Darby throwing himself around, it's not the same. When y'all seen him last night on Blood and Guts, that's what he always do. So it's not the same. I don't know. It's like WCW, NWO, ECW had RBD, Sabu, and more. AEW has their crazy Darby. No, no, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Darby doing what he's doing, but world title material, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Robert says, reminder for my nurse Tati, your flirtatious behavior is going to get you 105 to life. Yes, lock me up. Lock me up. Hammerstone versus Lashley versus Hobbs. Book it. That is too much meat for y'all. That is too much meat for y'all. Hell no. I mean, honestly, I I wouldn't say no about this, but I like there to be a balance of somebody different in the mix. Um, maybe I would have thrown someone else in there to kind of throw it off a little bit. But that's an interesting thing. Lashley and Hobbs, I would love to see that. Hammerstone in it. That's like I said, too much meat. Definitely full gear plus the casino gauntlet. That's Jay White face. Jay White, I don't know. I need to see where it's going. We'll see what happens because I know they didn't name everyone who's going to be in the gauntlet match. We don't know, like I think maybe four people or five, something like that. And who knows how many people is going to be in it all together. I am pulling for Ricochet at this time, but we'll see who else is in there. If Chris Jericho returns before the year is out, then TK needs to put the AW World Title on who? Not Chris Jericho. Hell no. Jericho is WWE bound. Well, they can have him. They can have him. I don't know what more we can do with Chris Jericho. If we have like a backstage role, maybe, but I don't know. I will say that Chris Jericho, at least on screen, to me, has out. Well, maybe the Painmaker thing was a little different with Jericho, but at least outside of that, I don't feel like he truly added anything to the company on screen. I don't know what he did behind the scenes, but every single person who has worked with Chris Jericho has gone nowhere. Nowhere. The whole inner circle thing, JAS, Hook was over there, Brian Keith, Big Bill, like none of these people have gotten any notoriety from working with Chris Jericho. None of them. And if you have veterans on your roster who is working with a lot of young talent and he can't, and he, not that he couldn't get them over, I don't think he wanted to get them over. He always put it himself in a situation where he was always a star of the group. I never really felt like he had truly means of putting people over, which is crazy to me. Daniel Garcia, oh my god. No, I they can have him. Whoever wants Chris Jericho, y'all can have him. I didn't see any positive turnout, at least on screen, with Chris Jericho being over there at all. At all. When I did the show on Saturday, and the VIP, we did a meet and greet. We did questions with Brian Keith, and somebody asked like, how do you feel about your time working with Chris Jericho? When I tell you that silence was loud, Brian Keith looked like he didn't even want to answer the question. Then he gave like a political answer, like, "Hey, everyone I get a chance to work with, it's beneficial to my career." I was like, "Bruh, you know it sucked. He didn't help y'all out at all. Look at Brian Keith. Like he hasn't moved up. Like I have seen Brian Keith so many times in person since I live in Texas, and he is like known to be probably the biggest known wrestler in Texas. And what has happened since he's been in AEW? Barely anything. And Big Bill has not gotten anything out of that either. So I don't know. I don't know. Y'all can keep Chris Jericho. If MJF returned with Hammerstone, then MJF also need to bring a third man to the group. I feel like he doesn't need a group. Robert said, respectfully, I disagree, Tati. The Young Bucks suck. Look, I don't like the Young Bucks. I'm not a fan, but they are tremendous wrestlers. I will never be biased about anything. Like, even when I don't like certain, characters or whatever, I think that they are definitely one of the best performing tag teams in tag team history for sure. I really do believe that. I don't necessarily care for their characters, but yeah, every match that they're in, I can't think of a bad Young Bucks match, at least within AEW. So I think they've actually been beneficial to have in AEW in more ways than one for sure. As long as Mercedes Moné and AEW, Sammy Guevara go always be in Ring of Honor. Oh, the whole thing with Mercedes and Sammy. I don't know about that. Wasn't Sammy on Collision recently or something like that? I don't know. I don't know. I've been rewatching some old Monami Toyota matches, and I forgot how amazing she is in the ring. No wonder why she is so legendary. There's a X account called, damn, I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name. There's an X account that posts vintage Japanese matches, and holy shit, it's amazing. To be honest with you, sometimes I don't feel like covering current wrestling, and I feel like covering like wrestling from the 70s, 80s, and 90s and shit like that. Because sometimes I'm not gonna lie, I get bored with the current shit. But I do feel like it's really important. Like if you love pro wrestling, to go back and look at some of the best of pro wrestling, and some of these things happened like way before we were born. Some of the very best of pro wrestling. Sometimes the current shit can be a little bit boring, and I do feel like promotions can learn a lot from watching back the things that made professional wrestling popular back in those days. I feel bad for Wardlow. Hey, let me tell you something. Wardlow, that man is beautiful. But his luck at AEW, I don't know. Now, I have said before, like if I could drive some people over to NXT my damn self, Wardlow would be one of them. I think Shawn Michaels would take him and do right by him. I said the same about Top Flight. Possibly Private Party. I think they would probably work in NXT. Um, there's a few young people that I think, some people that just, the bad thing about being a powerhouse is you get booked like a powerhouse. And I think a lot of promotions have this problem where it's like, oh, you're big dude, sure, let's do a couple of power bombs and squashes and shit like that. And that's what they did with Warlow for the majority of his time in AEW, which is him doing that powerbomb symphony shit or whatever. They never really truly given the opportunity for Wardlow to do more than what he's done. He did a little something something when he had the TNT title, but then they did the same thing with Powerhouse Hobbs too, where they booked him like a typical powerhouse wrestler, and he, I think, didn't get a chance to what's that word, like just be himself. They tried quite a few times with Hobbs. They tried quite a few times with Wardlow as well. There's somebody else I'm missing. There's somebody else I'm missing. Another big dude. Um, It's somebody else, but it's not. I don't think it's just an AEW problem. I feel like you see this across a lot of promotions where they feel like they had to build the big guys like that. And honestly, I don't agree. There's no reason why Warlow or Hobbs can't find success like a Samoa Joe. You know what I mean? Yeah, they might not have a personality like Joe, but if you give them the opportunity to do more, you never know what it is that they can show. But yeah, Wardlow, I don't know what's going on with that. Matter of fact, the situation with the what they call themselves again, when Adam Cole was the one with the devil mask and whatever, and somehow some way they threw Wardlow in that. That's when they really fucked up. I was like, what does Wardlow got to do with this? He didn't even fit with that at all. Sometimes I feel like they just threw him in situations to just see if it would work. And then they tried it again with Don Callis family, where it was just like, why put him here? That's why I said earlier about MJF. If you really think about MJF, every time he's been in a group or partnered up with somebody, it never worked. So like unless you've never watched 1 second of AEW, like why would you want to be in any partnership with MJF? Like certain people just needs to be by themselves and do their own thing. And Wardlow probably would be better off if that was the case for him. If Takeshita wins the Continental Classic plus G1 would make him the wrestler of the year, that would be insane. I don't know if they're going to do that. The crazy thing about it is him having the IWGP World Title right now, and doing a tournament literally weeks before putting the world title on the line at Wrestle Kingdom is insane. If anything happens to Takeshita, they fuck up the whole main event for Wrestle Kingdom. And remember, for Wrestle Kingdom, it's literally Takeshita putting the IWGP World Title on the line, and then Yoda Tsuji is also putting his Global Championship on the line. So it's literally winner takes all between the two of them. I personally think that Takeshita should not be in a Continental Classic for that reason. Like some of y'all might not agree, but if he get hurt or anything happen, because we have never had this situation before, with New Japan having a champion who is also part of another promotion and kind of like in a big storyline, like with Okada and all that stuff. I I I I don't want to see him in it. I don't want to see him in it. But we'll see. We'll see. But that would be huge for him to win because he would win the Continental Classic, win another title, and then possibly win another title at Wrestle Kingdom like the week after that. So that's a lot to happen. And remember, Takeshita is also wrestling at DDT Wrestling as well. He is putting in a lot of work. He's booked and busy. And like I don't know if we're gonna go that route with him being in the Continental Classic. I can see Takesha winning the Continental since Okada and Takesha feud will probably go into next year. Yes. So I do think that would be the case. Now remember, Okada and Takesha will also be in main event matches at Wrestle Kingdom. So that might play a role on that show as well. Um I don't remember if they announced which one was actually going to be the main event of the show. But Okada will be going against Tanahashi, and then Takesha with Yota Tsuji. Things can play out from there too. So we'll see about that. That would actually be interesting to see if it'll play out at Wrestle Kingdom. Darby and Willow don't need heel turn. Oh, Willow's another one. I don't think she needs it. I don't think she needs it. Darby, I don't think he needs it either. Um, they're fine. If they spend their whole career as baby faces, they're fine. Brian Key doing more in the indies lately, to be honest. Time to wake up, TK. That is true. This is very true. Brian Keith, I don't know what's going on. Like the Brian Keith that I see when I go to independent promotions, like that's a whole nother demon, a whole nother demon. So Tony Khan, let's get with it. When I found out women's wrestling in Japan was that awesome, it blew my mind. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you're watching Stardom, but they're really great, absolutely great. A lot of people, it's hard to keep up with wrestling in Japan. I really try my best. I really do. I tend to stick with like the biggest shows that they do because obviously the time difference. And then sometimes, you'll have something from Stardom and New Japan that same night. It's really hard to try to cover and watch everything. But I'm telling you, like, if you're only watching wrestling in the US, you're missing out. Like, UK has a great wrestling scene. Mexico, obviously, amazing as well. And Japan, they're absolutely killing it and a little underrated. More people should be watching, in my opinion, for sure. I kind of like the Book of Hobbs, just the Ops Hobbs. Oh yeah, he did a promo before his match with Hangman, and he brought that back up. And I was like, okay, we're doing the Book of Hobbs thing again. I think it's a good idea. Sometimes something might not work out the first time, but trying to bring it back with him with the ops might work out in the long run, maybe. I've been trying to catch up on peak TNA. It's sad to see how far they've fallen. I agree. I've absolutely agreed with that. I do give it like a year and a half before we all say, "Remember TNA?" Um, I don't know if they will come back up. This somebody said something about Jericho saying that at Bound for Glory that it looked like the number two promotion in wrestling. I don't know where that came from, but just for one night though is not enough. Just for one night, their partnership with WWE should have brought a lot more for them as a whole, and it just hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. So I do believe at least within the next 2 years, it'll no longer be a thing. They'll take whatever wrestlers that they want from there. They'll buy it off the library, and they'll use whoever they want, and the rest of them will be looking for employment. The Bandito, Brian Keith standoff was amazing. Yes, I love that. And that's the thing too, because Brian barely has gotten a chance to use the bounty hunter gimmick. Brian Keith, before he was signed, he was on Ring of Honor kind of regularly, and that's when he did a little more of the bounty hunter, not necessarily in storyline wise, but in the matches. So you saw more of like the typical Brian Keith that you would see. But since then they put him the bad apple shit and all that stuff. So it's not the same. Not the same. Yeah, I think they'll be bought soon. It's only a matter of time. It'll be ironic considering how they've survived everything up until now. Oh, now that you said that, the place, damn, forgot the name of the venue, the one in Toronto. The damn, what is it called? The venue in Toronto. Apparently today they announced that they have like a partnership with WWE. They announced they're gonna be having a show in January and whatever, and they'll be having future venues there for WWE. This is the one that they've used before for AEW. So now it looks like in terms of AEW going back to Toronto, they may not be able to use this venue. And this is going back to why I've said like people are watching more wrestling than ever before in a very long time. And for one company to try to monopolize certain spaces within pro wrestling, it's not a good thing. So now when they have whatever this contract that WWE has done with that venue in Toronto, I don't can't remember their motherfucking name, that takes away from the possibility of AEW going back over there and doing their show. So now they're gonna have to look for other venues. So honestly, I don't see why multiple promotions can't be at the same venue. Why do one promotion had to have like some type of exclusive rights to having shows in a particular venue? I don't like it. I don't think it's gonna work out long term for pro wrestling for them to try to monopolize all these places. The AAA situation too. AAA, maybe like 2 years, and they gone. They gone. They're gonna take the ones that they want, the one for the kids, and they're gonna keep those people on NXT. Sure, some of them I can see on the main roster, and then they'll just have the library of AAA, and we moving on. At least we do have CMLL. They've been around for 92 years for a reason. And, in terms of quality of shows, I do prefer CMLL over AAA. But AAA is not going to be that option. And watch, the Mexican fans specifically are going to feel it when AAA is no longer when they no longer have that Mexican essence about them, because now they're going to be kind of Americanized with how things are under TKO. And some of those fans have complained and they kind of feel it already. But long term, y'all going to see the effects of how AAA is just not going to translate well amongst their main audience, which is the Mexican crowd. And it's going to be different. It's going to be different. It's unfortunate, but I'm sure it's going to happen because history repeats itself. WWE has done this already. They took a whole bunch of territories and look at it now. Look at it now. Right now, AAA, they see it as a blessing, but I don't think that they're necessarily looking at the picture long term. Sure, you get more views, more people are watching, and yeah, y'all getting more money, but what is the long term effect of this? Y'all not gonna be around much longer. I hate to say it, but that's why I say, hey, wrestling's all over the world. We got a lot of options. So, enjoy it while it lasts because it's not going to be here forever. Not going to be here forever. And also, Tony Khan, let's get together with Ring of Honor as well. There's been some improvements, but we got to do better. Having Bandito on the show and a storyline would be lovely. Be lovely. Now, I've heard people say, like, Ring of Honor should be sold to like other people. I've heard people just throw out different names or whatever, but um, like I said, the potential is there. I don't know, like if they would sell Ring of Honor, who's gonna take it and actually do something worthwhile with it right now. I think we need I guess you could say we need a little bit more effort from Tony AEW and see where it goes. See where it goes. I wouldn't sell it. I wouldn't sell it. When I found out their record attendance was like 7K, I was blown away because there's 20 plus years old, and I actually think there'll be just a videotape library once TNA's brought out. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now TNA, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know how they made it to 2025. I don't know because they've been around for a really long time. They've had horrible people running the damn thing for a long time, and somehow they've made it this far. I can say kudos to them for actually making it this far, but it's not going to be around that much longer. So WWE, they're going to get who they want. They're going to take what they want out of it, and then that's it. I do feel like after being around this long, but we saying the 7K was the biggest attendance they've ever had. Is that what you're saying? Um, that I don't know. If that's the case, then that's bad. I don't think that's their highest attendance though. Whatever the case is, they're not in the best position. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, whoever buys Warner Brothers like wrestling enough to work with TK a bit more than current owners. Well, that's another thing too. I've been hearing about that. I don't know where it's going. I don't know where it's going. But they have a contract. They have a contract for X amount of years. I don't know what that is. Maybe once that contract run out or before it runs out, maybe they could be worried at that point. But like AEW, they're moving up. It's not like they're doing. Are they? They're not doing worse per se. I personally do not look at views like in terms of what they do on a weekly basis. Like I'm a wrestling fan. I don't care about the numbers. Like I leave that to the fucking network people. Y'all worried about that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But if they're not doing well by the time their contract runs out with Warner, and whoever has the network by then, if they want to, not resign with them, then they'll be looking at aspects in terms of the numbers or whatever. So honestly, I don't know. But long term, I do feel like AEW are moving up. They're getting better with the numbers and with their entertainment or whatever. So I can't necessarily say, you know what, that's not true. Um, huh. It's possible that whomever buys the network might not like wrestling. Same situation actually happened with WCW. Um, I don't know. That's a good thing to consider. But like I said, I'm a fan. I don't worry about those type of things. I do feel like even if Warner Brothers would not pick them back up, I think they will be okay. I think I think they would be okay. TNA was cooked when they became rivals for developmental brands and not the main roster of the Fed. Yeah, they obviously they never made it there. They never made it up to that point. I really do feel like management has been a problem when you have the wrong people trying to be on top, getting themselves involved in storylines and booking shit. Dixie Carter, man, I'm not gonna get into it. When you have the wrong people in those high places, they I feel like they didn't possibly realize at the time that they weren't helping TNA move up. They weren't helping move up. And maybe they were content with, well, we're on TV. We got some people watching. We may never be able to compete with WWE, but we're here. And honestly, if you have a company, you want to just keep improving. And for a while, they didn't go up. They were just there. And in a way, when the NXT TNA thing happened, um, maybe the company thought that, all right, having, because NXT, they've done like numbers in the 800,000. I've seen them do over a million a few times. Like they've done well in terms of numbers. They moved over to CW, which is like a regular channel, not necessarily a cable network, which makes it more accessible to more people. And I think they thought that, hey, we work with them, that this will work out for us in the long run. But the partnership issue is that partnerships are basically never 50-50. This is my problem also with AEW New Japan. Um, CMLL, when CMLL are working with New Japan and AEW, they also don't get the 50-50 treatment. There's always somebody that's getting a little bit more than the other. But I feel like TNA was content with, like, okay, we are getting to work with NXT. NXT at times, even I have felt, was a better product than watching the main roster. So I think they thought that, all right, this is going to work well for us. And honestly, it it's gotten some notoriety, but I don't think it's where it's at that they thought it would be. You know, um, I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. So I just think that long term, like all the other promotions that WWE has been able to acquire, they're gonna get what they want out of it. So TNA, count your days, baby. It's not gonna be that long. WWE X Division incoming, Jericho gonna be the first ever champ and Cody their EVP. That's hilarious, but that ain't happening. What? The actual attendance was a little bit over 5,000? Well, okay, so this is another thing too. The amount of tickets you sell isn't actual should not count as the attendance. So that's two different things. You can sell every ticket, but not everybody who bought a ticket actually shows up. This is a problem when you got people who are buying tickets to resell at higher prices. Like today, I don't know what possessed me to look at World's End tickets, but the resale prices are insane. Oh my god, are insane. And they I don't want to say they kill the business doing that, but in a way it don't help. So like let's say you sold all your tickets. Let's say all the tickets you had was 5,000, or like the 7,000 they said they did. So let's say they did sell 7,000 tickets, but actually in attendance was 5,000. That's completely different. So a lot of times I feel like what promotions do is they go based off, well, how many tickets did we sell? And they say that's what their attendance is. When the people come through the doors and they're scanning tickets, they know exactly how many people is coming through the building. So 7,000 to 5,000, that's huge difference. By 2,000 tickets, that's kind of crazy. TNA is nowhere near number two wrestling company. Hey, that's what Jericho said. All right, that's what Jericho said. Um, I'm pretty sure that they would like that. You know how many opportunities that they actually had to be at number two? They had a long time to be able to do that. Way before AEW came about, way before New Japan really picked up after they had that partnership with New Japan. They had a lot of time to be able to do that. This is why, like, I feel like people they spend so much time giving AEW shit and don't realize what they've been able to accomplish in 6 years that TNA has never been able to do in over 20 years. Like nobody, Russo and them, Eric Bischoff and them, none of them are willing to sit there and give AEW flowers for the accomplishments that they have been able to accomplish. That the companies where their motherfucking asses were at, like TNA, have never been able to do. Never been able to do. And I honestly don't see like why they can't tuck their tails in and give props where it should be given. So TNA, they had ample time to be able to work their way up to number two. And they just never got there. They never got there. And I think that's their fault. 100% their fault. Yeah, any chance they had to be the number two promotion died a long time ago. A long time ago. Long time ago. From the post last night, AEW received over more than 30 million views on their Instagram. This was just 6 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, their show last night was great, and I was surprised to see the complaints about blood and guts. Y'all know what we're getting in blood and guts. Literally blood and guts. So what are people complaining about? It being too hardcore or too bloody or whatever. They're literally telling you what to expect in the name of the show. And it's not like this was the first blood and guts match that they've ever had. So I don't know what people were complaining about. Yes, AEW is rising. So even if something happened with the network in terms of Warner Brothers and whatever hell's going on with that and whoever is going to buy it, I think long term they will still be okay. I think they will always find a home regardless. Absolutely. AW worldwide reach topples TNA. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now TNA have been able to get some TV deals and stuff like that in other countries, yes. But I don't think that they are reaching more people than AEW is reaching currently. Yes, that's another thing too with why they obviously wanted to work with WWE because WWE is everywhere in the four corners of this earth. But the partnership, like I said, has not necessarily been 50-50 for them. So it just hasn't worked out as well as they probably thought it would. AEW is so good that even the elite era is in WWE now with the with the champs being Cody, Punk, Jade, Ricky Saints, Ethan Page. Yeah, that's another thing too. They definitely have looked at I do feel like WWE they're petty and it's the way it is with their champions because they know that they could be petty. They got them over there. Let's put titles on them and show AEW what they could have had if they had these guys still on their roster. AEW not necessarily at a loss. Now I will say, y'all not gonna agree, but CM Punk, I wish things didn't play out the way it did. I really do wish it didn't play out the way they did. Punk being there made a difference for the company. It really did. In positive and negatives. Obviously in positive ways before negative, but I do feel like overall a lot of people from what it seemed probably was not welcoming of CM Punk being there in the first place. And when you already have your opinions on someone, especially negative opinion on someone, um just because they work with you or work in the same place that you work out, it don't change how you feel about that person. Like when the whole situation happened at All Out when they said like Punk and the Bucks and Kenny and the Dog got into a fight, there was an opportunity where even if they didn't like each other, because this is wrestling, everybody got big egos, and a lot of times people don't even like people in the locker room. They could have all came together and say, "Hold on, everybody's talking more about a fight that they didn't see over All Out. We can put our pride aside and make an angle out of this and make some money. Make some money, sell some merch, get some asses in these arenas to see us having a feud or whatever." They could have incorporated FTR, House of Black, whatever the hell was going on, and made something out of it. And no one did that. No one did that. Look, if I didn't like somebody at my job, but there was an opportunity to make money, I said, "Look, bitch, we making this money. I don't like you. You don't like me. But when we out in that ring, take it out on me. Let's get this money." And I felt like the company didn't take advantage of the bigger story, which happened to be something that no one saw. I don't know if they actually took an opportunity to sit everybody down and say, "Hey, let's put this aside. Look at everybody talking about this. Can we make something out of this?" I don't know why they didn't go that route. They stripped them of the titles and everything. When I say it was that bad, honestly, we weren't there, so I can't say how bad it was. But they stripped them of the titles and eventually bought Punk back. They did the whole Collision thing, and I did like Punk on Collision and the vibe of Collision and all that shit. I liked it. I liked the early days of Collision. How it was in the beginning versus what it is now is different. But like I said, there were some positive things with Punk being there. And long term, things went bad and didn't work out. But we can't erase his time being there. He contributed in positive ways there too. The matches, the feuds that he got going on. Um, and it just didn't go the route that I feel like it should have gone. I wish everybody was able to put their differences aside and make it work. And after all that happened, do you know, like a petty bitch like Paul Levesque was just like, "I don't like Punk. I don't like this bitch. But I really need to stick it to AEW and bring his ass back on over here." And that's what they did. You think Paul Levesque give a fuck about CM Punk? You think CM Punk give a fuck about Paul Levesque? At least at that time, absolutely not. But the money was there. CM Punk was sitting at home anyway. He wasn't doing anything. And they know that no matter where CM Punk go, people will also go too. He has this thing that's more like an infamous aura about him. So people want to see what the fuck he doing anyway. So they got him. They got him. It's an interesting situation. It really is. I felt like he did contributed positively, but maybe the company don't care about that at this point. Not at this point. And Ricky Starks had potential. Oh my god, Ricky Starks has so much potential. Ethan Page, I felt like I saw more in Ethan Page than Ethan Page saw himself during the time he was in AEW. Jade, I did like Jade in AEW. She had too many squash matches, just like we were talking about earlier. Another powerhouse that they had, and damn near all her matches were squash matches, which I felt like it was hard to see growth from Jade in AEW because of that. Um, she was less experienced than most of the girls, true, and they purposefully kept her away from the top girls in AEW because if she got in the ring with those girls, you would see the difference between what she had to offer at that time versus like a Hikaru Shida, Chris Statlander. I don't think Chris was there. I think Chris was injured at that time. Nyla Rose and all these people. So she didn't get a chance to be in the ring with Britt Baker and all these people because there was a big difference in her ability in wrestling. And then when she left, first of all, I don't think she was never going to have the TBS title for as long as she did. I think that when she got it, initially, if y'all could go back that far, it was Chris Statlander that they were pushing to put the title on. Chris got like a knee injury, I think, and she was out for pretty much the entire reign of Jade Cargill. Jade obviously ends up having the match with Chris, and Chris ended up getting the title, which I feel like was what they were going to do since the very beginning anyway. So, that worked out for Chris anyway. And then what was it, like a week later? Y'all saw that video of Jade coming out of a car at NXT or some shit like that. And I was like, these motherfuckers. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't even believe it how quickly it happened. But even though it happened, I was like, okay, good. They got her, which I'm not mad about, but leave her on NXT because when she was in AEW, I felt like she didn't get the experience that she should have had. Because, like I said, majority of her matches were squash matches. What she get to? 60, was it 60 something and one by the time she left? Something like that. Um, and like I said, majority of squash matches. I felt like she didn't get the opportunity. I remember reading an interview from Danielson who said that he recommended her to go to Japan. Imagine if Jay went to Japan. Imagine if she went to Japan to build her craft. Like, imagine what kind of beast that would be right now. Insane. Insane. But anyway, it seemed like they were gonna put her on NXT, which I thought would have been the best place for her to get that experience. But I felt like, Paul and then was being petty and was just like, no, fuck it. We're not gonna put her on NXT. We'll bring her straight to the main roster. And unfortunately, I she's improved. Yes, she's improved. Up until this point, yes. But unfortunately, I think the inexperience showed. And when it showed the most was when she was tagging with Bianca. And we were seeing the difference between the two girls. A huge difference between Bianca and Jade, which I felt like initially wasn't favorable for her. When we think about tag teams, people always say there's always a better wrestler out of a tag team. And by far, Bianca had outshined her. There were moments where Bianca was picking up the slack for her. And I kind of felt bad. I kind of felt bad for Jay because I was like, she's going to have a hard time with getting to where she needed to go. But I think overall, even though people are still complaining, she made improvements. She made improvements for sure. But still a lot of work to do. Still a lot of work. Ricky Starks. Well, what can I say about him other than that he's cute? I've always enjoyed him. I love his personality. I thought that he had potential. I don't want to say AEW World title. I didn't see him like that. Definitely TNT title. I saw him with something like that. Um, that was as far as I saw him up until like he left. So honestly, I don't know how well it would have worked out in terms of a world title for Ricky, but it was there for him. It was there for him, and I never really felt like they truly gave him an opportunity. Even when he had the tag titles with Big Bill, I felt like they didn't really. I felt like they didn't go the distance with that team. I don't know. I don't know. I think I do feel like they did drop the ball on a couple of people. But just because they did that with a few people doesn't mean that WWE should get those people and try to stick it to the face of AEW when these people are not ready. And I think that's what they initially did with Jade, kind of put her in a situation where it wasn't very favorable for her at first, but she's improved. That I can admit. Fletcher said, let's be honest, if Lebec didn't want to use TNA to try to go against AEW, TNA would be Ring of Honor competition today. I don't even, well, um, have TNA and Ring of Honor actually been like competition? And even in today's term, I don't actually know. In today's term, they're so different to me. It's really hard to compare. It's really hard to compare. I do feel like because they do have that partnership with WWE that it could have been bigger than Ring of Honor, but I don't feel like TNA has tremendously improved just because they're working with them or just because they have like a few of NXT stars going over there. So much work has to be put into that. A lot more. If I had to be realistic, the top companies would be WWE, AEW, and can be a toss up between New Japan and CMLL. TNA may be a notch up from MLW and MLP, if that. I agree. I don't know what I would put in terms of New Japan and CMLL. I really enjoyed both of them, especially this year. Um, that's a tough one. I guess we just leave them both at three. They've been doing pretty well consistently this year. TNA I don't think even matches up with those two. I don't think they do. MLW I've enjoyed a lot more this year. But I do think that they're definitely under TNA. Definitely under TNA. Maple Leaf just got their start late last year. Um I don't know how well they're doing. They don't have weekly shows. That's the problem. MLW has a hell of a lot more shows than Maple Leaf this year. So yeah, Maple Leaf will definitely be under that, but I think I have enjoyed Maple Leaf shows as a whole more than MLW, but MLW is still performing better because they've been around longer than Maple Leaf, for sure. I don't know why they are complaining about blood and guts, but they never watched the original ECW. That is true. I just feel like they're just complaining just to complain. I think they're doing it because it's AEW. If y'all saw all that shit going on at War Games later on this month, like, would they really be complaining? Probably not. Probably not. But that's the thing. WWE would not take it they won't take war games to that point. They would never do that, especially nowadays. um so I don't know what people are complaining about. It's blood and guts. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Is it true NWA is beefing with TK over the national title? Where does that even come on? NWA Power, from the only place I know that has it is the Roku channel. um you don't have to have a Roku TV. I think you could have any smart TV or maybe even on your smartphone and get the Roku channel app. That's where it's on. Um Now look, I don't want to say they beefing. Here's the thing. I'm going to keep it real short. I think Tony Khan, I don't know if they have a problem with NWA or whatever. I think they fucked up by introducing the AEW National Championship as if it was part of the NWA National Championship lineage. And it is not true because NWA National title is actually still an active title. Now, where the problem lied with this is on Tuesday, the Tuesday before the Dynamite, when they announced the new AEW title, the NWA title changed hands on that show. Show was taped back in August, but it aired on the night before Dynamite when they announced about the new AEW national title. So it kind of took away from what was happening on NWA. Now the problem is, I don't know if there's a problem between AEW and NWA, but now the AEW fans are now like, well, nobody's watching NWA. Let AEW have the national title. And I'm like, but you can't do that. They already have it. You know what I mean? So it's been this thing where I don't necessarily see it as in an AEW NWA beef. It's really the fans that have been attacking NWA wrestlers and the show itself. And honestly, I don't think is necessary. I know they're not doing as well with the ratings, sure, but like they already have this title that Tony Schiavone was describing on AEW, which they should have never done. You can't be telling people that, oh, well, this title was last defended on the TBS channel 40 years ago. And when you say that, you lead people to believe that this new title that you have come from that same lineage, and it don't. NWA has a national championship for this same title that you're describing on your show. So I don't know. There's a beef with the two promotions, but the fans have been unleashing hell on NWA, and I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. ECW, FMW, some of the indies are way more hardcore than AEW can ever be. Some people need to stop it with Blood and Guts. Oh yeah, GCW is another one too. GCW is another one too. I can They kind of toned it down a little bit. But yeah, I don't see what the Blood and Guts been around for how long? And y'all complaining? Come on now. Come on. WWE always been watching with without WWE Stephanie uh no without AEW Stephanie Jade or Mariah wouldn't be there if not for AEW. They literally turned them down before. That is true. Jade has been turned down. Stephanie Bakir, I actually don't know. I never heard anything about that. Mariah may have been like kind of she was like a WWE like brand ambassador in a way where like she would buy the merch and she would advertise them. She used to always tweet about WWE hiring her and try to get the company's attention or whatever. And they never really bought into it. Now I don't know if she's ever tried out for them or whatever, but they never really bought into it. She goes to Stardom, did her time at Stardom, go to AEW, and then that's when they started really paying attention to her. Stephanie Bakir, I do think that they started paying attention to her. Um, well, I don't know if it was before she had that match on AEW because Stephanie was she was a belt collector before she got to have that match at AEW. So it's possible they might have been watching her before, but honestly, I don't feel like the true want for her to be in WWE came up until she had that match in AEW. So I 100% believe that they do watch AEW. I feel like they do be scouting people and looking to see like if they want somebody to be over there. I will say this, when they did the WWE ID, that a lot of people who were initially announced, like that first announcement, were a lot of people who were featured on Ring of Honor. And I think that might have opened the eyes of AEW in terms of because they use a lot of local talent in Ring of Honor, and now is a situation where if they're also watching Ring of Honor to see the unsigned people work over there and they like what they see, they'll take them. I almost cried when they took Jack Hartwell. I kept saying for so long, I said Tony Khan signed Jack. He is fucking amazing, and they never signed him. And look, he's doing the WWE ID. Now, I don't know if he's ever going to move on up in terms of like NXT and then moving on to the main roster. I don't know about all that, but the opportunity was going to be there. Now, with the WWE ID situation, they said that despite them being ID, that they can also still work at other promotions. And even though they said that, they know for a fact that they would not want these people to work with AEW. And AEW would not want to work with them simply because they've been ID'd. So it's like we don't even have to say it. Y'all know don't go over there, I don't know how the ID program is gonna work out long term. I don't know. I don't know. That also has a potential of being a negative thing for independent promotions because sure that works for those independent promotions to be under that WWE ID brand, but like what's going to happen in the long run, you know? I don't know. That's another thing that I think about too. So another thing to work out to keep in mind about. They haven't been around that long though. Punk was the reason I watched AEW, but I grew to like it. When he ran Collision, it was amazing. Too bad things happened. That MJF feud fed family. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. That dog collar match. Holy shit. Real good. Absolutely good. I loved it. I loved it. And I like Punk with FTR too. They just felt like like they fucking worked. And I would have loved to see them like in a legit trios. And if they did do something with the elite at that time, I think that that would have elevated AEW at the time too. They I wish they put their differences aside and just let it ride. I think it would have worked out. Jade improved a lot ever since she came to WWE. She can wrestle regular matches on the low. Yeah, she has improved. I think it was a rocky start for her at first though. They did our Truth dirty this year. They sure did. They sure did. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But I guess it's good enough for him since he went back over there. This is going to sound crazy, but in my opinion, I think AEW's biggest determinant is that Tony Khan is too nice of a guy boss. I feel like certain talent try to take advantage. This might be true. This might be true. This is like a life thing. Like people, they know who are really nice and could take advantage of that. I feel like personally that most people are not trying to take advantage. But I do feel like the people that think that they can will take advantage of that. Like that's just a life thing. People know that if they can manipulate someone to getting, what they want out of a situation, they will take advantage of a nice person. Now, I have felt like at times that maybe he comes off to be too nice. That could be a good thing and that could be a bad thing. Like you just have to know when to put your foot down, you know? I'm not saying that he should be harsh, but at the end of the day, you're a boss. You have a major professional wrestling company, and he don't even just have that. Like he have other things going on too. But at the same time, like everyone who has wonderful things to say about Tony, he sounds like a really nice guy. He really does. And whenever I hear people talk, like say negative things about him, it comes at it comes like in a way where it's like maybe they didn't get opportunities to make themselves better as a wrestler. Like I never heard anybody say like he was like straight up nasty to them or anything. I've never heard things like that. Maybe somebody didn't want what maybe somebody didn't get what they wanted like out of a contract or a match or whatever the situation is. So those are the only times I've ever heard negative things about him. When they can't get their way, then he's a bad guy. There we go. Then he's a bad guy. AW shirt. That's the truth. That's the truth. If they don't get what they want out of their time there, then they're gonna say he's a bad guy. I don't think overall he's a bad guy. He doesn't come off that way. No. Hope you've been doing good, Tati. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I have my good and bad days lately. But overall I'm okay. I always feel better when I'm here with you guys. Everyone start watching it. Welcome to Dairy. That show is amazing. I'm hearing really good stuff about that show. I didn't like the remakes of the movie, so I'm a little on the fence about it. Um, I'll probably give the first episode a try and see if I like it. I'm getting ready for Stranger Things. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Stranger Things. Finally ready to get over with it. I'm ready for a new season of House of the Dragon whenever they feel like getting to it. Um it's a lot of things. I don't watch too much outside of wrestling, to be honest. I watch too much wrestling. But there's a few shows that I do enjoy outside of wrestling. And I love horror. Absolutely love horror and fantasy shows. People love to complain. I just watched my weekly AEW through Triller TV, and I'm happy that, to be honest, Triller TV gets you the funny commentary comments when commercials are on. Yeah, I used to do Triller, but I'm using HBO Max right now. It's okay, but I might go back to using Triller again. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I don't watch much from HBO Max. It's a little bit of a waste of money to have anyway. AEW National Championship gets introduced and NWA gets annoyed by it. This is why we never got AEW Intercontinental Championship The other side will cry about it. Honestly, I think you can actually no. Well, you can say you have a national title. I think the problem was that when if you go back and listen to what Shivani said, how he described the history of the title was the history of the NWA national title. You can't do that. That title already exists. They didn't have to say any of that. To introduce their new AEW national title. So in a way, I can see why they're annoyed. I can see why they are annoyed about that. Intercontinental. I don't know. They could use that word. They could use that word. As long as they put AW in front of it, it shouldn't be a problem. It's not like they own that word. Every company have their own types of title. Every promotion have a heavyweight title. Well, not always heavyweight, but every company have their world title. You can use some of those same words, but the company name of another company you can't use. So I get why NWA probably salty about it. CZW is the most hardcore, brutal style of wrestling ever. Hey, that's another one too. And that's another thing too, because a lot of people. Um, so John Moxley used to be in CZW, and a lot of the shit that you see John Moxley doing and like throughout his time in AEW, it's shit that he was doing in CZW before Dean Ambrose. So when he became Dean Ambrose in WWE, he was heavily watered down. Then Moxley comes to AEW and he was more in his element. And people was just like, oh, we've never seen a John Moxley before or whatever. But really, John Moxley was going back to himself. And this is a thing too about a lot of people. Uh, Mick Foley was another one too. Mick Foley was a hardcore legend before he even came to WWE. Believe it or not, despite him having legendary moments in WWE, he was doing a million times worse shit, hardcore shit, before he came over there. Way before he came over there. I wish there were more. Um, I mean, you would have to like talk to like tape traders in terms of finding a lot of the Cactus Jack shit from back in the day before he came to WWF to really see what I'm talking about. This is why I hate when they invite Mick Foley to do interviews or whatever. All they ever want to ask this man is about the Hell in a Cell match. I hate that. That man had an entire career before he walked over there, and everybody dismisses it and only focus on his time in WWE. And honestly, if I was Mick Foley, I would probably tell people like, "Don't call me if you're gonna only ask me about the Hell in a Cell match." Like he had a whole career before that, and most people have no clue about it. No clue. Flutter said, yeah, Bakir was in a WWE tryout a couple of years ago with La Catalina and another known Latina wrestler. Oh, okay. That I did not know. Bakir, she made a name for herself before coming to WWE. I know a lot of times people don't know who they are, but if you are only watching one promotion, then you're not going to know who anyone is. Same thing with Julia, too. And we're praying for you, Julia. That's all we could do at this point with Julia. Julia, baby, go home. That's all I can say on that. Go home. La Catalina is another one that I felt like since she's gotten more notoriety within CMLL and she's had some time on AEW Ring of Honor, she's somebody that I thought that at least WWE would have interest in her. Another one, Persephone. Persephone been told y'all ever since they got AAA. Persephone, like that same day, posted, they not gonna buy me. So I'm not even worried about Persephone. Who's another one? Who's another one? There's another one in CMLL. I think that they might be interested in. I'm trying to remember her name, but like if y'all are locked in y'all contracts with whoever you are with, then I honestly I guess it's not legal for another promotion to tamper with that. So, if you are in a company that have a partnership like CMLL and AEW, then, easily those wrestlers could just work with each other, within each other's promotions, but not a situation where WWE can just come in between that and just be like, hey, let me get La Catalina or whoever it is that's over there. So, I don't think those girls are going anywhere. I mean, I could be wrong long term, but right now, I don't see it. If Mariah took a 50% pay cut to sign with WWE NXT, in my opinion, she's crazy. She is crazy. I do think she's crazy. But the truth is, if you go back, specifically looking back at Mariah's May social media, they're probably still there. If you go a few years back, she was obsessed with WWE. She really was. And like I said, they just didn't have the interest in her. She ended up going to Japan, which honestly I think worked out for her anyway, to give her the experience that she has. But in all seriousness, the thing that really put her over was her time in AEW, working with Tony was just tremendous. Having the world title, insane. I'm gonna be honest with you. I always actually thought that she wasn't 100% in it. You know what I mean? Like with AEW, I always felt like if she had the opportunity to leave, that she would have left. This is one of those situations where I didn't agree with her winning. This is what they did with Saraya. Saraya at All In, they gave her the title in that four way for no reason. And then maybe I wouldn't say for no reason for Mariah, but when I think about it now, her winning in London, I really think that that was a hey Mariah, please stay with us in AEW. We would love to have you kind of thing. When I think about it now, I feel like that might have been the case. I think that maybe they thought that she wouldn't stay with them long term. But if you give her what she want, that not necessarily what she want, but what she would like to have, that might sway her to stay with the company. And imagine having a tremendous run. I don't even think she was there in AW for like a year and a half. I could be wrong, but it definitely wasn't 2 years. And look at what she was able to do. She had the world title while Willow Nightingale only had the TBS title for like 2 seconds. Willow Nightingale, she had the world title before Chris Statlander, and she didn't even want to stay. I don't know. I don't know. If they were interested in her when she was in Stardom, she would have went and wouldn't even consider going to AEW. So I don't even think they had their eyes on her in Stardom at all. Is when she went to AEW is I think when they had the interest, and probably what happened to Stephanie too. Stephanie only had 2 matches in AEW. Only 2 matches in AEW. So that's all they needed to see before they realized that. I mean, the talent was always there. I always liked Stephanie, even before she had those matches in AEW. But like I said, she at the time had 3 titles, I believe, 3 titles. And if they were watching New Japan, if they was watching CMLL and all that, then they probably could have had some interest in her. But I feel like the real interest came on AEW. And honestly, I think I don't know what kind of contract she had with CMLL that she was just able to just up and leave like that, which is kind of weird. Kind of weird. I don't know what that was about. Um, I wonder if Mercedes got so mad at Bakir that she that she sold Bakir gimmick belt collector, but decided to take it to the extreme. That is a really good point. That's a really good point, Fletcher. I actually have not thought of that. Um, that would also make sense, and that is another way to stick it to WWE too, because it's like, well, Stephanie had to drop those titles to be over there, to be honest with you. So she got what she wanted in the end anyway. Let's be real. Most people who wrestles got the idea of wanting to be wrestlers from watching WWE, WWF, whatever you want to call it. And I could understand that. Being a kid, you're watching that and then you're like, "Oh, I want to be a WWE superstar." And then you grow up and you become a wrestler and you might want that still. But then some people are just like, "Wait a minute. There are other promotions. There were other places where I could be happy and have a successful career. We got AEW as an option. You got New Japan. There are plenty of promotions in Japan, Mexico, Europe, Canada got a couple that you can go to. You know, WWE is not the only option. So in a way, I'm not mad if Stephanie and Mariah always wanted to be WWE superstars. Like you guys said, they had tryouts or whatever. So maybe that was going to be the goal for them anyway. And Jade too, right? Probably with Jade too. What I did hear about Jade, I don't know if this is true. What I heard about it was she was turned down because she was a mother, a young mother, and by the time she had tried out, her daughter obviously was younger at the time. That would be interesting. I'm not 100% sure if that is true. Um, this is why a lot of time women, especially in entertainment, not just wrestling, they tend to get pregnant later because these entertainment companies, sad to say, don't see value in mothers being in entertainment. They rather have a lot of times a single women, women who don't have children or who may not be in relationships because it's easier and better to market these girls. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. You know, look how long it took for Jimmy and Naomi to get to this point. Bianca obviously not there at that point, but you know, a lot of these girls are just like, well, while I'm younger, let me get all the success that I can possibly get before I end up having a family of my own. And I can literally see that being the case. A lot of women in wrestling don't have children because they know that promoters are just, especially in the bigger companies, I don't want to say AW because I don't seem to be a problem with them, but having children, they don't find that to be desirable when you trying to let me not say sell women, but you know what I mean in terms of wrestling. You know, you're trying to sell these women off to an audience. You want the sexy women, you want these desirable women. And in aspects of life, unfortunately, I'm a woman, so I could tell y'all that women with children are not looked as desirable. So that wouldn't be surprising if that was the case for Jade. I wouldn't be surprised. Or other women who have tried to be in WWE in the past. Wondering if Nick Wayne returns. Well, I mean, Nick Wayne did say, was it Ring of Honor? Or he said a few weeks back that the doctors didn't clear him. So I'm guessing the injury is worse than what it was initially. But you know, he has the Ring of Honor TV title. I don't think they're going to strip him from the title because they've done too many of that. They've done too many vacating of titles in Ring of Honor, and they've done too many instances of interim champions. So I think we could just kind of act like the TV title don't exist and focus on the other titles because there's plenty of titles to go around in Ring of Honor anyway. I'm still mad we didn't get MJF and Briscoe in a dog collar match. Hey, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I low key want to see AJ Styles come to AEW just for some matches, but it's not gonna happen. I agree with that. I agree with that. I remember saying a few weeks back that if that didn't happen because like AEW whatever, like Will Ospreay, AJ Styles, y'all could come and wrestle in my backyard. You know, we'll get people to be in the yard. I'll sell some hot dogs, couple of burgers or whatever. Like, get it done. I would love to see like AJ and William. I would, man, if it was a couple of years back, I probably would have said um Kenny. Kenny, I don't know. Like I said, Kenny gave us his best with Gabe Kidd this year, and I haven't seen that energy since. So I don't know about that. I'll take AJ and Swerve would be nice. I would definitely take that. Um, if he were to do it, maybe he probably, if he would, that's a big if. I could see him doing it for like one person, and if he had to do it for one person, I don't know if it would be Osprey. I don't know it'd be Osprey, but I think preferably I would maybe he would be the best choice, Osprey and AJ. Um, I don't know if that's something that y'all interested in seeing though, if they were to do that. Didn't realize Shelton Benjamin was in Ring of Honor too. I always wish he was world champion in WWE. They always said he wasn't ready, but put the title on Jack Swagger. um, that's a motherfucking lie. I've always thought that Shelton, I've always felt like he's had something special. Um, Shelton spent a long time within the tag team division, also in Ring of Honor as well. And I feel they definitely did not give Shelton what he deserved while he was over there. Um, I feel like race played a part in that too, and I think it played a part for a lot of black wrestlers, unfortunately. Jack Swagger, I don't even know what they were doing with that. I don't know what they were doing with that. I never actually saw him as championship material either. He never really gave me that aura of a champion. Even for a mid card title, I just didn't see it for Jack. So I don't know what they were thinking about that. Shelton definitely. What I was thinking, like in terms of his run in AEW, personally, I would like to see him with the TNT title. We could run that for sure. The world title um would be nice, but I'm predicting that Bobby will get his hands on that title before Shelton. I really feel that AW is going that route. That's a good point. That's a really good point. But Shelton, I would love to see the world title on him for sure. Tati, the show is better than the movies. The pilot episode will make you see that. Welcome to Derry. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'll give the first episode. We'll see if I like it. Talking about Shelton, man, I need Kevin Knight with the Hurt Syndicate. That would be a nice addition. But I like him with Speedball. I like him with Speedball. They have great chemistry with each other. Um, if he were He's really early in his run in AEW. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll do it. I don't know. Watch TK pull a Vince move and buy NWA. I don't know they want that. I don't know if they want that. Not saying it's right, but the AEW, I think AEW ties certain aspect of wrestling history into the past wrestling programs of Turner Networks. So I think that's why AEW stated the national. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did. If they were talking about a title that did not exist, nobody would be tripping about it. That's why I feel like NWA. I feel like they have a right to feel how they feel about it because this is a title that currently exists on their show and a title that changed hands the night before they AEW end up announcing their version of the title. If they mentioned that they had an AEW national title and mentioned nothing else about the history of the NWA national championship, then nobody would have said anything. Like NWA wouldn't have been able to say anything because they would have never described it. So, I get it. Yeah, Mick Foley was doing worse in Japan before he signed to WWE. That yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I feel like nobody asks him about that. And I watched so many interviews of Mick Foley because I actually want to hear people ask him about it. And unfortunately, this is what happened when you go to a really popular promotion. People are more concerned about what you did there versus anything else. And I don't think people ask him anything. I was disappointed when Dark Side of the Ring had an episode with Mick Foley. Was it the last season? I think it was the last season, season 6. Um, they brushed over the Japan part of his career so quickly to get to the Hell in a Cell thing. I couldn't even believe it. That was probably, in a way, the worst episode of Dark Side of the Ring, because they gave an episode of basically something that everyone already knew. And this was an opportunity for them to talk about, you know, his time in Japan. And it was only a couple of minutes, and then majority of the episode was the Hell in a Cell thing. And they couldn't even get Taker to be on that damn episode. And I was like, this is a waste of time. How many times have we heard this story? I think the real story would have been, the dark side of hardcore wrestling in Japan that people don't get a chance to hear from. And hearing it firsthand from Mick Foley, I think would have been a better episode for Dark Side of the Ring. Where am I? You said, I love Foley flaming table spot with Edge. One thing I love would be Foley doing an appearance in AEW to pass the torch to Darby or Moxley. Well, you can definitely see the influences in Darby and Moxley. When we think of Mick Foley, for sure. I don't know if that would ever happen. I don't know what his ties are with WWE. I don't know if he have like a Legends contract or anything. But I remember, I believe it was last year, or was it this year? Maybe last year, Mick Foley, for whatever reason, said that he had one more in him. And I was like, look, sit down. No, you don't. No, you don't. After everything that he's went through. Now, he did say something to the fact that he felt like he may have um what's that word that I'm looking for, not like kind of like affects CTE, where he had memory issues. And if you go back to the Dark Side of the Ring episode that he did, he talked about how in recent years that he's having issues with memory loss and things like that, but not like dementia or anything like that. But he thinks it's definitely like the effects of having like a million concussions or whatever. And if you are experiencing that, Mick Foley, there's no reason for you to be back in the ring at all, at all. Fletcher said, I bet you Levesque was trying to get. Oh, Tekla, hell no. Look, I wasn't worried about Tekla. I wasn't worried about Tekla because Tekla is a stardom girl. Well, she had her problems with that. But I felt like Tekla, I wasn't worried about her going to WWE because I felt like she was gonna want to keep the door open for other opportunities to work with other promotions. So to keep that door open with New Japan, CMLL. Y'all seen her in CMLL. She just did the Women Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. She was there with a few girls from AEW Ring of Honor. She would have never been able to do that stuff in WWE. And look at what she did with Blood and Guts. None of that would have ever happened. In all fairness, sure, WWE is a more popular promotion, but what I think the situation is that people are looking at it as in WWE, they have more people watching. It's more mainstream than AEW, so they feel like because of that they would be able to have more success. And to be honest with you, that is not true. That is not true at all. Let's see. I don't think Mariah will have success in like in AEW. I don't trust WWE booking, but her obsession with that company is going to be a rude awakening. This is another thing too, because I've honestly felt the same way too. Now we could be wrong. We could be wrong. I don't know where it's going to go. I always feel like wrestling, they always have that token white girl, blonde hair, and everything that they love to, favor. And I feel like Mariah, that ain't you. We already got Tiffany over there. I don't know how she's going to fare in terms of moving her way back up. Matter of fact, with her being Blake Monroe, right off the bat, we're seeing situations where it seems oddly familiar with Tony Storm at some points. And it's just like, I don't know if she's looking at, or her, or if NXT are looking at what has made her successful in AEW and try to translate that into her character on NXT. Um, I'm not sure, but like I was kind of hoping that when she obviously moved on, that she'll just be herself. And honestly, I don't think we're seeing her being herself or being anything different from Tony Storm in some ways, if that makes sense. Seafluid said that I agree. Mariah's in a rude awakening. Now look, she's where she wanted to be. Sometimes that comes with a price when you get what you want. So we'll see how it is for her long term. And Lebec is he really wants to use TNA to hurt AEW. Why isn't Mariah the TNA Women's Champ? Come on, Lebec. Think and AJ Styles with the TNA belt that was shit on AEW. I think they kind of I don't want to say ruin things. There was an opportunity that they could have taken some ex TNA wrestlers and bring them over to TNA to just work with them if they wanted to bring more people to watch. I think WWE purposefully did not do that because that might have worked out for TNA. I don't think they're the long term thing that they're going for is to help TNA become more successful. I think they just want to acquire it all together. So I felt like I think Slammiversary of last year, I think it was. There was an opportunity that our Truth and them could have been over there. AJ could have been over there. Um, who was the other one? Who was the other one? No, the Hardys wasn't there at that point. There was opportunity, especially our truth. They wasn't doing anything with him anyway. They could have had our truth go back over there and work with TNA. He's had a really great history with TNA, and they didn't take that opportunity to work with him. Y'all wasn't doing anything with him anyway. That's why I was saying like the partnership was never 50-50. The most that they were willing to do was only bring in NXT wrestlers to TNA and not bring the main roster guys over because that could have worked out for them. Like they would bring AJ Styles over there for any reason at that time. Our Truth wasn't even doing a damn thing. Crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. I don't know. Is this why this is why I don't hate Mercedes, because unlike Soraya, Mercedes actually put in the work and she didn't even got to the world belt yet. Soraya got the belt like a gift. Mercedes worked. Now like I don't disagree with that at all. Soraya probably didn't even have 10 matches before she had the world title match. Who was she in the ring with? Was it Hikaru Shida, Britt, and was it no Tony or Jamie? Maybe I'm thinking about the wrong four way, something like that. I was shocked when they gave her the title. I was like, "Yo, we just giving things away," because I didn't feel like she put in the work. At least if Mercedes won the world title, which I hope don't happen ever again, she has put in tremendous amount of work to get there. I don't like when titles feel like gifts. I don't like that. I really don't. Um, I'm still amazed that WWE didn't pull the Bakir move with Mina. Mina. Oh my God, Mina. I feel like that's another one too. Part of the reason why I thought Mariah wasn't leaving because she's been really close with Mina. They've been friends for a really long time. And I know that probably doesn't mean anything, but that kind of helped me going in terms of, yeah, she's not leaving. Like her girl's over there, she's not gonna go. But like she really had this obsession with going to WWE, and she got what she wanted. So we'll see what ends up happening. Mina ain't going nowhere. She's not going anywhere. And imagine Mina. Mina is one of those very few exceptions in terms of Asian wrestlers. She has an amazing personality. Amazing personality. Um, she's trying with the English. She's trying her best with that. I don't necessarily feel like foreign wrestlers have to speak English. I don't think that matters. But she's also willing to put in the work. You know, look at how she's in this story with Tony. Look at all the work she put in at Blood and Guts. So she's put in the work for sure. I don't think she's going anywhere. Another example of Tony being too nice, AEW signed Saraya. Oh, terrible brother do to her. And now she has her hat and hand begging for WWE to take her back. Her brother, I never thought he was horrible, but like I never really felt like he had an opportunity to actually even do anything. It did kind of feel like, well, my sister over here, I might as well come here too. So it never really went anywhere. Maybe he had, I don't even think he had 5 matches. I remember like one or two for Ring of Honor. He had something on Rampage once, and that was it. He was doing like a storyline with Ruby. That's what it was. Ruby Soho and Angelo Parker. I don't know if y'all remember that. And then Ruby got pregnant. And perfect example to write this bitch off TV. What's his name? What was his brother name again? Fuck, I forgot his name. But at that point, when not Saraya, when Ruby got pregnant, that storyline obviously stopped, and then we didn't see the brother anymore. So they wrote his ass off, and I don't even think there was actually a real plan for him. I don't think so. Montez should just jump ship to AEW at this point. Dude would kill in AEW. Montez versus Kevin Knight. Oh, Montez and Swerve, Tez and Osprey. Look, don't tease me like that, Fletcher. I would love that, but we are so full at AEW. Oh my god. I look, we full. I One of the reasons why I stopped watching WWE was my face was turning blue for sticking up for Montez and just like, yo, what the fuck, you know? And I don't get it. Like even when the fans are like, if everybody could be chanting so and so's name, the whole arena, the company is just gonna act like they don't even hear it just to push whoever they want to. You know, Montez, I don't see him going anywhere. We'll see what happens with Bianca. But Montez and AW, if they will treat him the way he should be treated, I'll take it. But if they're not gonna, really put the effort on him that he deserves, then no. Then no. I don't want AEW to sign people just to have them. I want them to do right by these people too. So, while I would actually like to see that, hopefully they book him the right way. Yeah, he deserves so much more. So much more. Saraya run was underwhelming. She was gone for too long, had a pity world title reign, and it's a shame there wasn't a Mercedes versus Saraya considering their history. I agree with that. Saraya, I'm not gonna lie, I don't ever think she was 100% in terms of her injury. If not the neck injury, maybe it could have been something else. Her performances were underwhelming to me. All her performances within AEW were underwhelming to me, and I thought that perhaps there might be some type of lingering injury. If it's not the neck situation, it could have been something else, or maybe she just wasn't 100% in it, so she wasn't giving her all. So I felt like it was underwhelming with her there. Now she could have possibly taken a maybe type of manager role. I don't know how well she would have did, but they could have did the outcast thing where at time like how y'all see with Hurt Syndicate, where like MVP isn't always wrestling, but he has that like manager role for Bobby and Shelton, and whenever he can intervene and be part of the matches, he's there. Maybe she could have did something like that with the outcast, but then look at how Tony Storm blew up. Look at how she blew up. Absolutely insane. Insane. Shelton is part of a legendary OVW class. Orton, Lesnar, Cena, Batista, all won world titles. But him. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right. Was the Miz in that class? He might have been after that. Because the Miz was over there in OVW. Probably not in that class. But absolutely right. He had potential. 100% potential. I don't know what it was. And like I said, I do feel like race will be playing a role into things. um it is unfortunate, but everyone you listed are really great wrestlers. Lesnar, you know, just another powerhouse. Having somebody like Paul Heyman to be your mouthpiece, like all that shit works for him. But overall, I probably would have put a title on Shelton before I considered Lesnar. Honestly, they definitely dropped the ball on Shelton, unfortunately. If Cena versus Styles in 2025 cooked, imagine Osprey and Styles in 2026. When his contract ends, it would be phenomenal. I would like that. That would be cool. That would be cool. Also Kyle Fletcher would be a great option to see how that would go. But I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. If you know if our boy AJ was a few years younger, he'd definitely cook a lot better. But I do feel like he has a lot in him to at least give us like a Osprey match for sure. I think he got that at least. I honestly think Kevin Knight turning heel on Speedball to join Her Syndicate would have Knight have a protostar moment. That would be interesting. If they did that, it wouldn't be right now. I think they would have to put um um maybe if they won the tag titles or something like that. Maybe after like a really good run of them being like tag champions, and they just seem like the best of friends, and it comes out of nowhere that he betrays Speedball. Now I don't know how long Hurt Syndicate would last. I did read about MVP saying that he extended his contract with AEW or whatever. But if we are talking about bringing other people in the group, Kevin Knight would be great, but I wouldn't rush it because yes, people like him, but people should be able to see more of him as a babyface before he becomes, I don't want to say a monster heel, because who doesn't like Speedball? So that would be interesting to see how he would turn on him. John Cena in AEW would be it would be interesting. Um I believe TK would have booked him better, way better. As a heel, you mean? He didn't need to be heel. I don't think he needed to be heel to end off his career. That ship had sailed so long ago. When people were asking for it a long time ago, is when they should have given it. But he was the company fucking cash cow. In a way, I understand why they didn't do it. But at this late of his career as a heel, nah, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. They making some money with him over there, but as a heel, no, no. But in AEW, I wouldn't want to see John Cena in AEW because I would hate that they would probably, well, most likely would have him be at the tippy top of the company. I don't like other people coming into AEW and just shooting all the way to the top. Personally, I'm not a fan of that. And I think that's what they would have done with him regardless. But I think they probably would have kept him as a babyface and not as a heel. If Punk MJF was so good, Cena and MJF would stop the world. That would be, well, I think it would be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about Cena being there. But imagine Cena Doctor Thugonomics with the acclaimed. No, thank you. That would be interesting. Tyler's here. Hey, Tyler, how are you? People praising 2K and hating on WWE for Cena's final run. Where's Jeff Jarrett? Oh my God, Fletcher. I think they want us to forget about that. They want us to forget about that. Maybe I don't want to say Jeff doesn't want to wrestle anymore, but maybe I think he probably feels like he can go longer, and if he don't mention it, then we'll forget about it. And when he feels like getting back in the ring, he'll definitely end up having his final run at some point. I think they want us to forget. Wondering if WWE talent will try to take those war games to the extreme after what AEW did yesterday. I doubt it. I doubt it. Highly doubt that they will. I don't think they're going to be able to top that in terms of extreme. They're gonna have to do shit that we have never seen before, in order to top it. They're not gonna bring that type of blood onto the match at all. Um, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it turns out. I don't see them topping it, so we'll see. Hey Tati, I want to focus on a pro wrestling marketing team next year. Well, that's another thing too. That's another thing too. The partnership is so one sided. They gave up their world titles for men and women's, but only gave up the next tag titles for the Hardy Boys. Yeah. And y'all had the Dudleys over there. Oh man, come on. We passed that. We passed all that. Oh, apparently Frankie Kazarian just won the TNA World Championship for the first time ever. When? Today? That's interesting. Very interesting. So let's be honest, from what Styles been saying, we only got 2 years of him. What is WWE doing? Random tag matches with with Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee, I told you not to go over there. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. AJ Styles. Well, hold on. AJ Styles. Maybe not the AEW thing. I think maybe it would probably be more iconic for him to go to New Japan. Um, to go to New Japan and, well, damn, go to New Japan and face who? I think ultimately more iconic for him to go to New Japan over AEW, but it still matters who the opponent is. It can still be somebody within AEW, So William, don't mind coming over to New Japan and having a match with AJ. That can still work out because of their partnership. I think that would still be okay. More iconic for sure if he had maybe at least the last match in New Japan. I think for AJ. Oh, Triple H can't handle Jacob Fatu. His booking will be fake injuries most of the time to hold him back. What the heck? To be honest, Jay Uso blatantly took Montez Ford gimmick. Oh my god, don't get me started on that. Um, don't get me started on that. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. The Polynesian wrestlers get away with um basically being black men, in terms of, maybe I could use the word gimmick. So like whatever a black wrestler would do for whatever reason doesn't go over like if a Samoan wrestler were to do it. And that's what I've noticed because I feel like, you know, if a black wrestler acts black, that's ghetto, that's this, that's that. But then when the Samoans do it, oh, they cool. And that's the problem that I have. Like I really do feel this is not just a wrestling thing. I see this all the time where they do this where it's like black people when y'all act a certain type of way it's ghetto, it's not cute or whatever, and then someone of another race do it and they're cool. So you get these wrestlers like Jay Uso who can literally be doing what another black wrestler does, and the company and everybody goes goo goo gaga over it. That's exactly what happens, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, and I feel like I talked about this before in a video where I feel like a lot of these Polynesian wrestlers, they they take a lot of what what's that word I'm looking for, they take a lot of what you see within the black culture and apply it to themselves, but they don't realize that they are where they are because they're Samoan. And that's the problem. They have the privilege to take from another culture, but only get over because they're Samoan. And just think about that. Their lineage is what gets them where they are. All these Polynesian wrestlers that have came to WWE in this past year or so are only there because of their lineage. We're not even talking about talent. We're not even talking about that at all. And these guys come on in and they get right past the black wrestlers to be in the top storylines and things on WWE. And a lot of people don't like to be open minded to look at the race issue within wrestling. This is the same thing with The Rock. The Rock, if it was just for him to be a black man, would probably have only gotten as far as his father, Rocky Johnson, had gone. When he switched things up and focused on being Samoan and not black, look at where it took him. Look at where it took him. And, I didn't really open my eyes to the situation until earlier this year when Black History Month came about. I went back and was watching stuff about the Nation of Domination, and I realized, like, if you go back and watch everyone else in the group, even Owen, like they had like the African type pride within their gear and everything, and The Rock did not. He refused to show black pride with the rest of the members. And I never really picked up on that until earlier this year. And, you know, things didn't really, now he used this group to help him get over, because remember when he was Rocky Maivia, nobody gave a fuck about The Rock. They put him in with veterans like Ron Simmons to help get over. And I do feel like the Nation of Domination, they had their strong points or whatever. Maybe not the best faction or whatever, but that helped definitely get him over. Now when he was done being sort of black in that group, he spent the rest of his career being Samoan, you know? And for me, this wasn't just, I think, The Rock. I think this was also a company decision as well. Because I think what felt more marketable for them was the Samoan heritage over being a black man with with a world title. And I don't know why that was the case. Maybe I do know why. But if you really go back and look at that, this is why a lot of black fans in particular, they say, I don't consider The Rock to be a black champion because he never took pride in being a black man. In a way, I could see that. And then there are also people who never even knew The Rock is black until like they saw his father. They had no clue that that was the case. And this is why, for me in particular, and a lot of other people, like it is important to recognize black people and their accomplishments, especially in pro wrestling, because there are people who had no problem, like if they could hide it, that they would hide that they were black. Like I said, if we didn't know Rocky Johnson, I don't think that The Rock would have admitted that he was of like African descent. I don't think he would have ever said that you know and I do feel like that was part of the company decision to also build The Rock to be like this. That's why when other people are thinking of champions within WWE, they're looking at Mark Henry. I guess you could look at Booker T as well. Kofi Kingston and all these Big E or whatever, and they don't consider The Rock to be there because if you didn't want to acknowledge it, why should we acknowledge it for you? And like I said, you know, when the black man is a black man, it's not cool. But when the Samoan man is a black man, it's cool. I don't know. I don't know. Flutter said, not gonna lie, I was disappointed last night. No Claudio turn. We need a heel menace Claudio push. Hey, I'm with you on that. I want to see him with the world title. I don't know if we will actually see a turn on Moxley this year. The year is almost over, you guys. Like we're literally almost there. So I don't know what's going to happen, but um unfortunately I don't think it's going to happen this year. The Miz was in OEW, but not in that class. Okay, so he must have been after that class, a little couple of years after. I mean, look at the Miz. Like the Miz, I don't even. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's a good worker, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know how he got all that. I don't know. Mr. I see color, aka Triple H. Don't be booking people, right? That's true. That's true. I think Jacob Fatu, he needs a big push. Shelton Benjamin wasn't on the roster at the time. Brock won uh the title from The Rock SummerSlam '02. What was he? Was he did he get there? Oh, was it '04? Was it '04? I feel like it was '04. Um Now, even though he did win it, Brock Lesnar, I looking like a champion and being the right guy for the role are two different things. So honestly, I don't know. Brock was really young at that point. I could see why they did it, but it wouldn't have been an option for me. Not an option for me. Um I think Triple H needs to fire Triple H. When her syndicate ends you can always have Montel family. Mark my words, I think Tony Khan is best booker of the year. Oh, probably. He's done really well. The really good shit that we've seen this year in pro wrestling, definitely AEW. I've seen a lot of great matches in New Japan and CMLL too. Maybe a little bit more with AEW. 2025 and old Cena burying young talent. It's like 2015, Cena dethroning Dominic. Um, I say don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. It is John Cena we're talking about. If John Cena had one night stand vibe, maybe it could work. But I like your take on him being in AEW. I don't know how that would go. I don't know how that would go. Like I say, I feel like they would book him to be at the tippy top, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of people just coming in and because of what they've done somewhere else, they're shot up to the top. I personally don't like that. I would like to see someone put in the work at AEW before they put up there. Because, like, if we're looking at John Cena, if we're talking John Cena, and this being his last year, 1 year isn't necessarily enough time to just, start off from the bottom, if that makes sense, and work your way to the top. They would have never started him off at the bottom. Like, look at Will Osprey. Will Osprey, and the last year that he's been actively wrestling, not since he's been injured, has I want to say put on the best matches within AEW, but he didn't shot all the way to the top in terms of a world title. The most that he got was the international title. Honestly, I didn't really agree with him getting that, but he got that, and yeah, he was at the top of the company, but he didn't. What were they doing? He didn't win the Owen, which surprised me. And that could have been the opportunity that he needed to be able to dethrone John Moxley. And it didn't go that route. So if someone like William, who had consistently had the best matches, didn't get to the top, John Cena shouldn't just walk in and get all the way up there. I don't think so. One thing about TK being such a nice guy, when them two young ladies walked out on the hour before Collision last week due to not wanting to lose, then posted themselves drinking at the bar. I would have been petty and canceled that flight back home. Also demanded my money for the hotel. That is crazy. That is crazy. Honestly, I don't know if that would have been around. I actually think they live in Texas because I've seen them here in Texas. I think they are actually local of Texas currently. I could be wrong, but I do think that they are. But whatever the case is, I they went around about that the wrong way. 3 minutes, 1 minute, whatever situation is, get out there and make the most of your time. I don't feel like 3 minutes is enough for a wrestling match anyway. But these girls don't have notoriety to just go in there and just say, "Hey, Tony, we don't like this." I no, no. I blame TK for bringing XWE talent like Tegan Knox, and TK said he would be more selective. Laugh my ass off. Tegan should learn a thing or two with Isla Dawn squash in her hometown, and now Ring of Honor. Oh, that is true. Isla Dawn, she's becoming more of a regular on Ring of Honor. So yeah, I mean, look, you just don't come into any company for the most part. I think just winning. Like it don't work like that, you know? And even if they weren't going to win, I don't feel like there should have been a reason for them to say, we want to do this and not what you're telling us to do. So they ruined that for themselves. They ruined that for themselves. Trying to pull a Naomi and Sasha, but they're two nobodies right now. That is actually fucking horrible. But at least Naomi and Mercedes, they weren't nobodies at the time, but they were able to leave and make something out of themselves. Y'all see how it went for Mercedes. Trinity should have stayed. Oh well. All right, I'll just put it this way. I think Trinity should have stayed in TNA longer before considering going back to WWE. That's what I would have did if I was Trinity. I would have did that. I think it might have worked out a little bit for her in the long run. That I would have did that. But I think it worked out a little bit for them anyway. Yeah, when the Usos do it, it's cool, but Crime Time were on fire, but couldn't get the time. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is so crazy. Like I tell people, like pay attention to the race issue. Like y'all just don't be seeing it. Y'all just don't be seeing it. I don't think it's a good thing. Like I feel like the Shelton situation, with him and his mama and everything, they try to make like a caricature of being a black man and kind of made it like a joke. Maybe at first you were laughing, but after a while you're just like, all right, well, this ain't gonna get us titles. Crime Time, no titles. Who's another one? Oh my god, what's his name? What is his fucking name? The one that had like with the dinosaur. What's his name again? Shit, I forgot his name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He had Naomi and Cameron with him, and they would do that dance. Why am I forgetting his name? Somebody gonna say it in the chat. Another black man who went out there and looked a fucking fool for no fucking reason, really. There's some of the kids like it, I guess, but like long term, like where did I get him? What is his motherfucking name? I think he went on to be NWA champion, didn't he? Somebody gonna say his name. I can't remember his name, but whatever. That's another one they wasted a motherfucking time with. A lot of people, they made people come out there and they look like fucking fools. And I don't like it. There we go, Brodus Clay. There we go. Why couldn't I remember his name? Why couldn't I remember his name? Yes, him. Now I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really see anything out of him. I really didn't see it, but they could have been potential at the time. Um, he was another one too. I get like I said, I think maybe he got over with the kids or something. I don't know. Not with me, obviously. And honestly, they could have did more with him. They could have did more with him. Didn't they team him up with Albert? What was his name at the time? Lord Tensai. I think they had them in a team. Man, there was WWE was a motherfucking joke at that time too. I don't even know why we was watching. But they made a fucking fool out of him. And he ended up going over to NWA, and y'all hated his guts by then. Probably before y'all found out he was a Republican and a piece of shit. But there was a lot of moments where they could have taken black wrestlers and made them superstars, but instead they they mocked us. They really did. They really did. You know, it's 2025. We'll see what these other promotions do. Um, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I'm actually surprised Zillapot 2 hasn't jumped to WWE yet. His name is legally cleared for a while. I'm not surprised. I don't think they think he's ready. I don't think they think he's ready. He don't have as much experience as the other guys um in WWE. You know, at least the others, they've been to like New Japan and other big promotions. I think the biggest promotion that uh Zilla has wrestled at is ooh HOG. HOG. Other than that, he's been at Booker's promotion, but they're not. I don't think they're bigger than HOG. I think it's the experience. I think that's the reason why he hasn't been over there. I don't understand why Dwayne Johnson put a black man portraying HBK on his TV show. What are you talking about? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Young Rock. I never watched it. I watched clips from the show, and even though I never seen the actual episodes, just watching the clips really made me realize that I think part of the reason why he's never truly acknowledged like him being black is because he seems to have a problem or had a problem with his father. Huh. Very interesting. Very interesting. That's another thing too. A lot of times people when they have like issues with their parents for whatever issues that they had, they tend to try to block off that trauma by denouncing what is part of them. So maybe him like not really trying to acknowledge that he's a black man, because if he did, he'll kind of acknowledge that he's Rocky Johnson's son. And to be honest, I don't think I've actually heard him like say that. That could be it. That could be it. Joe Hendry officially signed with WWE. Good. They can have him. They can have him. Wait, what? TNA shitted on Santana with his shitty reign lasted how long? Wait, who? That's who y'all talking about? Frankie got the title from Santana? Hell to the no, no, no. That's what y'all talking about. I just realized that. Holy shit. Nah, Santana. I've always liked Santana. I felt like more could have came out of him in AEW, especially with him and Ortiz. They had their problems. I don't know why it didn't work out the way it should have. But what was it, like a month or a little bit over a month? Hell no. For Frankie, uh Joe Hendry has a limited shelf life, like another another meme wrestler like Zack Ryder. Now hold on. Matt Cardona has made a name for himself in the indie scene, so I commend him on that. Zack Ryder though, when he was Zack Ryder, I didn't think he was like the best wrestler or anything. He was all right, but he got himself over. They have that little thing that they got the little things that like to do or whatever that the kids like, the girls might like, and that's it. Joe Hendry, I've never been on the bandwagon. I don't know. I don't know. Seafood says Santana lost his title on. Wait a minute, he lost a title on like today, as in like a tape show on a fucking Thursday. They couldn't wait to the next pay per view or something. What the hell? Wild. Okay, apparently Santana contract ends next month, so new WWE signing incoming. Oh, well, they still couldn't wait to the next pay per view. Was that going to be like longer than a month or something? That is kind of crazy. I don't know what's going on. I remember when WWE used Shelton as a joke to feed Big Daddy V. Even used Shelton's kayfabe mother. Now that's another one too. Another black man, Viscera. Wow. A joke. A joke. Now, was he that great? Not really. Not really. But they just made a joke out of this guy. Oh man. The only person that I feel like, no, I was gonna say Mark Henry, but that's a lie. They did the whole sexual chocolate thing with Mark Henry, fucking having sex with Mae Young and all that shit that they were doing, having a hand as a son or whatever the fuck they were doing. They did that earlier in his career. Um, and obviously things that get, more serious for Mark Henry, towards the later part of his career in WWE. But at a time, they use him as a joke, him too. So it's a lot of us. It's a lot of us. That is crazy what's going on right now with Santana. I'm gonna go check that out after that. Wait, what? Jericho versus Kazarian incoming? No, thank you. No, thank you. Hell nah. But Santana going to WWE, I don't know about that. He gonna get lost in the shuffle. He gonna get lost, I think. When when Mercedes and Trinity left WWE was wild because they were actually tag champs. I mean, I don't think that it was wrong for them to look. They was there long enough and had success to say something. Maybe a little more Sasha than Naomi. Um, in a way, I felt like things were handled wrong on both ends, but I feel like women in general, especially in wrestling, black women too, the outrage of the situation was insane because people were kind of, I saw like people saying, well, women shouldn't have a say in wrestling. Black women shouldn't be saying anything in wrestling. They should be happy with whatever they get. And that really made me feel like even as accomplished as Sasha and Trinity were at the time, like they had no output to say anything at all. And the wrestling fans are sitting here saying that they should just be quiet and just take whatever. Like even if you work at McDonald's, like if they giving you shit and you don't want to do something, I still think you got a right to, voice your opinions. I really do. And the reaction from the fans were worse than how WWE handled the situation. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even Elijah Burke was red hot in TNA as the Pope and didn't win the world title, and that was his best. What the hell he at right now? What he doing? Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, like you can be doing your absolute best, and it's not enough. Oh my god. You know what? Because it's getting late. But if I start talking about our truth, I'll be here for another 2 hours. Our truth. Y'all know exactly where I'm going. Our truth. Do y'all remember? I think what was it, 2010, 2011, some shit like that, something around that. That feud that he had with John Cena, that was a time for our truth to have gotten that title. At least if it was that only time, that would have been it. And that was some of the best work from our truth. And they just, I don't fucking know. I don't know. We're talking about a former NWA champion. I don't know what it was about our truth that maybe because it was John Cena in the mix that they were just like, no matter what, we're gonna favor John Cena. But our truth has always been that dude. He's always been that dude. Our truth was in WWF. He was in the fucking Attitude Era. He was in the motherfucking Invasion storyline. If y'all go back to that Invasion storyline, y'all will see R-Truth right there. He was there. And for them to treat him the way that they did after like what, almost 20 years? Oh my god. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. That be getting me so pissed off. Xavier Woods never won a singles belt. Xavier Woods, he alright. I don't think I would have put like the world title on him, but that's another thing too. Like when you stick people like when you the New Day, I've always liked them, but that's the thing. That was the problem. They looked at them as comedy acts and stuff. I don't think they was. ever 100% like looked at them as like seriously. That's the problem when y'all use people as comedy acts. It's hard to pull them out of that. But then again, you consider Big E and Kobe still having the titles. I guess I didn't see that in Xavier. I don't know. Yes, Tia, I'm about to wrap it up. I'm about to wrap it up. I'm telling you, I've told you guys this. If y'all catch me on the right day, I will not shut up about pro wrestling. Like I will not shut up, and I really mean that. I don't know about 24 hours, but like I would talk for days. I would talk for days if under the right condition. Y'all caught me on a good day. Zilla is only 23, getting trained. Zilla started in July 23. July 23. If that's the case, no, he not going over there. He not going over there. Um, nope, he not going over there. And you know what? You want to know what another thing too that maybe you're not considering is they quickly called up Solo from NXT. And if you ask me, I feel like Solo didn't go where I thought he should have went with being called up. They dropped the ball on Solo. And then when Jacob gets there, people I guess people noticed Jacob in a way where he became more popular, he became more relatable to the fans or whatnot. And I don't know. I wouldn't say the company had regret with Solo. I wouldn't say that, but they moved it up quickly from NXT to put him where he was at, and in doing that, they're probably looking at a situation as well. If we bought Zillow 2 and skip NXT and put him um on the main roster, it could be a disaster. No, I don't. I mean, I like Zilla, but he hasn't been at it long enough. Not long enough for like I wouldn't consider it. I wouldn't consider it. So no. Yeah, Jacob, he's been wrestling for a long time. He got a lot of notoriety being in MLW. Didn't surprise me that he went to WWE. Didn't surprise me at all. Are they having an event tomorrow night? Who? Tomorrow? Oh, TNA. TNA November 14th. In Full Sail University. TNA Turning Point. Okay, tomorrow. Okay. TNA gave out free TNA Plus for 1 month free. Well, I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that. Sorry, TNA. I'm just not interested enough. I'm not interested enough. Mm-mm. Oh my God, Cedric Alexander was wasted in WWE despite 205 Live and being and having titles. Yeah, another wasted opportunity as well. Um, damn. There's a lot of people. There is a lot of people. A lot of times, and this is not just WWE. I think a lot of promotions they just hire people just to hire them, and may not actually have a clear direction in terms of where they want to go with them. Um, I'm not sure if they actually ever had plans for Cedric long term. Anyway, very talented though. Very talented. Our truth got a 24. Oh my 24/7 title. I don't care what anybody says. They created that title with our truth in mind. They were like, we're not going to give this bitch anything else. Let him get this. Let him get this. And think about this too. When a wrestler, like I said, when they automatically come off as that funny dude, the class clown type of gimmick, this is how they're always going to see you. That's the problem with our truth. Like, not that it's a problem because he's funny. Like, people can relate to him and things like that. The thing is that the company feels like we cannot take it seriously. So then that means that we cannot build this person up to hold a world title, which is not true at all. At all. I don't agree with that. He hasn't been healed since he turned on Morrison. I was surprised John Morrison never. Oh my God, John Morrison. Yo, John Morrison. That's I'm not gonna lie. Like John Morrison ain't doing damn thing in AEW if you ask me. But maybe he's past the whole world title thing. Maybe Ring of Honor title. I don't know. But John Morrison's another one too. They never really. But did he ever have the IC title? Maybe that's all he's ever had over there. If that, damn, that's another missed opportunity. Very talented, very talented. I don't know where they're gonna go with him. I don't know. R-Truth been shucking and jiving for 20 years. That is not a lie. That is true. And yo, when you say it like that too, that's exactly why they didn't give him the world title. That's exactly why. Maybe um that's the thing. Like his humor is really what makes him relatable and what people really like about him. But he's a really great wrestler and a lot of missed opportunities with him winning the title. Um there's nothing left for him in terms of getting a title. If for any reason that he were to somehow win a title before he retires, it's gonna be some mid card shit. That's it. That's it. If they even go that far with him, that's as far as they're gonna go. I think TNA, their product, they need TV deals or something. They need better ownership and marketing and everything. That guy with the hat that work over there, I forgot his name. Whatever. He just collecting the check. He just getting that check from WWE real soon. So I don't got any I don't got any faith in him. No, not at all. Seafood said great stream as always. Tati, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate that. I love your passion for pro wrestling. Recently found your channel. Awesome stuff. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I love when people feel the passion. I got a lot of it. Leon Slater, Javon Evans, challenge NXT Tag Championship. Dark States at NXT Gold Rush. Well, we'll see what they do with them. Javon, if I can ever open the doors for anybody at AEW, because we are full, Javon Evans, I'll take him. I take him in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I love him. I love him a lot. John Morrison always had to look for a world champion. Oh, ECW. Wow. That's a good point. ECW, let me tell you something. That ECW, damn man, why y'all bringing this up? Y'all gonna have me sitting here all night. Oh my god, the ECW under WWE was wild because I felt like they gave that title to people that were capable of holding major championships within WWE, but they didn't want them to have them. Christian, oh my god. Let me not get into it. Let me not. I'll be here for days. I'll be here for days. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Now that I think of it, crazy. Who was it with the? Who was the last one with it? Um, was it Ezekiel Jackson the last one? Ezekiel Jackson, was he the last ECW champion? Something like that. Something like that. One of the last ones. I don't know. TNA just be hiring people looking for work and calling it a day because they need it. They need it, they need it, but at the same time, they kind of, if they really want to get something out of the partnership with WWE, then what they should be doing is having people go back and forth. And that could be enough for them to be successful. But I do feel like they should be hiring people. That is true. Absolutely true. Recently found out that Shelton Benjamin was supposed to win the ECW title at one point. Heartbreaking. Wow. Wow. AEW, let's get it right with Shelton. Let's get it right with Shelton because, y'all seen him. Y'all see him. Like, he has a lot in the tank left. As a singles competitor, I think he has a lot left for AEW. Bobby, um, Bobby, I'm not gonna say. I don't know. Maybe I need to see him in a couple of matches in AEW, like one-on-one matches. So I don't know about Bobby and how much he probably has to offer. But like I said earlier, I think he will definitely have the AEW World Title for sure. Shelton, we'll see about it. We'll see about it. What would you change the most about AW or WWE? WWE I gave up on, so I don't even care. Um, AEW, I still love AEW. I'm not gonna lie, I am kind like the spark kind of died down for me a little bit as of late. Um, but with AEW, if I could, if only one thing, I would be focusing on the younger talent. I'll be focusing on the younger talent. I feel like they're making a mistake with putting too many veterans at the top right now, and they're overlooking a lot of people, a lot of the younger guys. And I feel like they think that, oh, they got no time, we got time. And sometimes they look at veterans in terms of they don't have that much time left, so let's push them as far as we can right now. I can see how that makes sense, but when you do that, you leave behind the younger talent. And where are they going to go? Like, what are they going to do? If their contract runs out and they don't resign, you know why? Because you didn't take the opportunity on these people. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I feel some type of way about Top Flight being there for so long. Private Party, oh my God, every time I think about it, I feel like crying. Jesus Christ. A lot of great talent that are sitting there, and they hire more people. AW, I don't feel like they hired just to hire. I do feel like they've had amazing signings this year. If you really look at everybody that they signed this year. However, the problem is that when they bring those new people, they push the people that's already been there further away from the top or even in the middle. That's why y'all seeing people like Top Flight on Ring of Honor. Like, we don't even really remember these people even employed, to be honest with you. And that is what be bothering me a lot, because Tony Khan said, I forgot what interview it was recently. Um Actually, it was a media scrum when he was talking about the little money in the clipboard thing they were doing for the gauntlet. He said that they changed the rules of the gauntlet and cashing in because they didn't want to be like WWE. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll take that. But you don't also realize that when you said that, you are still in many ways like WWE. And if you really want to pull away from the comparisons and not seeming like them, you had to do wrestling different. WWE, they've been around for 70 years. They already have the blueprint that a lot of professional wrestling promotions are following till this day. AEW has the capacity to change how people see professional wrestling. And you will not be able to do that if you can if you can only prioritize having ex WWE wrestler at the top. I'm not taking anything away from Mox, because I love Mox. Claudio, oh my god, I'm in love with Claudio. Pac, I love Pac. Um, guys like that. And they are useful to have around. And while I love the Death Riders, where are we going with Daniel Garcia? Willa Yuta, y'all still hate Willa Yuta. Like, nothing has really moved up. Y'all finally seen something out of Marina. But at the end of the day, the ones that they're prioritizing more is Moxley, Claudio, and Pac. Adam Copeland came out of the blue and shot up to the top. Um, who's another one? And not just WWE too, because they've had some New Japan wrestlers like Okada, who's at the top. You got um what's the other one again? Kenny. Well, Kenny, like, who doesn't love Kenny Omega? So Kenny's another one. Like, if y'all really want to have AEW be able to stand out and just be its own entity where people don't have to compare you to WWE, like you say you don't want Tony Khan, you had to be having people look at wrestling in a different light. And it's not really too different. Y'all just have better matches than WWE. That's really it. And y'all got some interesting characters. I'll give y'all that. But I don't feel like they do too different. And if y'all want to stand out, these young talent, y'all have to be making stars. Y'all have to be making stars. Hangman should not be struggling with being the top guy right now with the lack of feuds, which is insane to me. Fucking Chris Jericho being the first AEW world champion. Come on. Y'all had an opportunity from the jump to put it on Hangman or somebody else. And from the very beginning, I knew that if you use somebody who's already been there and done that and had notoriety somewhere else, that you can help AEW get to where you want it to go. And now you don't want to be compared to WWE, but you use that to get to kind of where you are. So, they have an opportunity to change things for pro wrestling, and we'll see. The young talent, they need it. They absolutely need it. Um, I'm surprised WWE never booked a dance off with Booker T and Archer. So break dancing type shit. Hey, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. That would have been fucking shitty. For me, WWE Spark left during the dark period, where Tony Khan aired the Punk footage, and it's gotten better aside from the Death Riders' reign of terror. Well, I didn't agree with them putting that footage out there because honestly, I don't think that actually helped them in whatever argument they were trying to make or whatever it is that they were trying to prove. I think it looked a little bit more like CM Punk wasn't crazy in terms of what he said when he had that interview with Ariel. He came off more as in like 90% telling the truth. And then they obviously aired it, and we saw that it was more on CM Punk being truthful about it. And AW didn't look that great, but whatever, they did it. And honestly, they should have never did it. But other than that, the matches are great. I There's been improvement with women's wrestling. But there are a lot of things that when I watch AEW, I'm like, I love this, but I wish they would do other things. And like I said, they want to be different from other promotions. Listen to your fans. Listen to your fans and what they, information that they might have to offer. Because I mean, I'm noticing like a lot of people who watch AEW, they also watch WWE, but then there are those fans of AEW that don't watch WWE or any other promotions either. The people who's going to your shows, the people who is spending money on merch and pay-per-views or whatever, these are the people who cares. When Tony Khan was arguing with people who obviously didn't give a fuck about AEW, we could have used that energy on people who love the product and try to cater to those people. Did you watch AEW since day one? I came during Punk's debut. I started watching consistently um sometime in 2021. Sometime in 2021. I can't really remember exactly what it was. Way before Rampage, that much I do know. So way before Rampage, so that's definitely before CM Punk got over there. I didn't click with AEW originally because, well, in many ways, I was looking for how different they were from WWE, and I felt like there was too many similarities at the time, so I passed on it. And I gave it a try a few times, and then sometime in 2021, I was like, this is not so bad. Let me give it a chance. And from there, I haven't missed an episode or pay per view or anything like that. So I think they are right. They've gotten better, but at times I'm just like, you know what? If I don't want to watch this shit, I can literally watch something else. I can literally watch something else and be fine. Other wrestling out there. Old school Japan. Oh man, Japan. If well, we talking about Japanese for the women's wrestling. I will say this: if you want to give New Japan a try, their subscription is $9.99, and they go back all the way to the 70s. They have playlists and things like that where you can actually go back and look at um the history of New Japan. So if you're looking to at least just get a little introduction, pay for a month and go through. I would recommend looking up like on Google like top New Japan matches, and like New Japan full library is available. If you just spend a little $10, that one month, and just to see like what it's about, and like they have some good stuff now. The matches are great, but wrestling in Japan is very different storyline wise compared to American wrestling, and the crowd is very different. That's the number one thing. Oh, the crowd, they're so quiet, they're not making noise. Like that's just how it is. That's how it is. I It's never going to change when it comes to Japanese wrestling. Yeah, you want to get into classic Shibata and Shinsuke matches? Well, get your little New Japan subscription, even if it's for a month. Go ahead and check it out. It's all there, all there. I don't think you would regret it at all. Um, if you're gonna get it, and you just want to try it out, I would wait till next month so that you could also have Wrestle Kingdom a part of that subscription, so you can watch that too. The tag tournament is coming up, and what, like 2 weeks or something like that, or maybe another week. So that's another thing. They have a lot of the big wrestlers within New Japan that's going to be in that tag tournament. So that's going to be fun to watch too. Wrestling Japanese goats. Damn. That's a great question. I've actually never thought of that. There are a lot of great options out there. I feel like I haven't gotten a chance to see as much as I would want to see to answer that question, cuz like only seeing a couple of matches is not enough to me. That's why like sometimes I'd be doing like a deep dive of like old school wrestling, because there's so many things that had happened way before my time, or before like I was interested in watching wrestling. I think I would have to watch a lot more Japanese wrestling to answer that question. Like I said, that's the reason why I got New Japan World. And it's not just New Japan. Obviously there's other Japanese promotions as well, but right now New Japan's the one I'm locked into. Like DT Wrestling and Noah, whatever, I catch matches that are like interesting, but like watching them like on a consistent basis, I haven't been able to do that with any other Japanese promotion. Stardom, yeah, yeah, but not so consistently. But overall, Japanese wrestling, I think they've done really well this year. And New Japan, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. All right, you guys, y'all had me long enough. I got to do a review on Ring of Honor. Since I was at the show on Saturday, I'll post some pictures and videos from when I was there on Saturday, because pretty much everything that was on tonight's episode was at the taping that I was at on Saturday. So I'll post that on there. And well, tomorrow there's no wrestling. Saturday Collision. My favorite stipulation match. Oh. Um Stipulation. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I I do like matches where there no DQ, because you can take it anywhere you want. Lately, I have really been enjoying triple threat matches. I feel like they're very in a way unpredictable. At least the ones that I've seen this year. I'm not a fan too much of like hardcore style matches. I like to keep wrestling as pure as possible, if that makes sense. Which is another thing too, because I love pure rules matches, like how they do on Ring of Honor, because I absolutely love technical wrestling. So definitely I would say pure stipulations and no DQ type situations, but not necessarily hardcore because I don't necessarily care about all them weapons or whatever because sometimes it don't feel like wrestling to me. So I find it hard to enjoy. So that's pretty much what I'm into. All right, you guys. So I will post a review on Ring of Honor shortly, and I will see y'all on Saturday for Collision. Good night.